Um, hello, hello. Hello. Welcome to everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Get ready for some action-packed Dota 2 Immortal fun. Hello Lula, hello Ivanov, hello Rija, hello Nema, hello Sue, hello Hanif, hello Fan, hello Ika, hello Jackson, hello Perik Shit, hello Vinit, hello Daraj. Hey, you're early today. Hello Klein, hello Mosin. Why not pink, Lawrence? Hello February, hello Cash. Hey Rija, I'm doing well, how are you? Hello Alex. You're gonna have your whole attention for the next 20 to 30 minutes? That's it? Come on. You're welcome, Rija. You at work? This is your work here. You're a moderator. Yeah, I know. Right, I had two sound bots going on. It won't happen again. Hello, fan of blue. You see yourself in Lulu, Daraj? Hey. Guess who got off an 8-hour shift instead of a 12-hour? Oh, congrats, man.
There is no
Nice loading screen. I already missed it. Ah!
You will not be spared.
You know, it might actually be better just to get the passive than the Q. Nick, would you like to make a donation for your hero request? Didn't we have this exact conversation yesterday, Hanif? Come on, man. Come on.
Yes.
Hi, Ryan. I don't know. This atrophy aura, it. I don't know if it's worth it. It's like it gives like what 20 damage. Not that great. But I'm not so sure Firestorm's that great either.
Without mercy.
Hello, Ren. See you in a bit, Vinny.
Ban their best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap?
Ooh, rank 226.
5 seconds left.
So Underlord, let's see, Firestorm, 25 damage and 1% HP. That sucks a dick. Unless you're contesting runes. Yeah, that's terrible. 18 fire. Okay.
Your pick now. Meeple
Holy,
in
is this guy a
seconds.
Smurf?
What? Huh? 5 seconds left.
I play 1, 4, 5, 3 in that order. I guess I'm playing 3 again. Wah wah.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
GDDZ
MK
suggests
is
picking
okay.
Ursa.
I like Ursa.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Give LPDG. You want drow off lane?
10 seconds.
Don't drow?
5 seconds left.
Oh, Weaver is good. I like Weaver.
Good, because I panic
Just
picked
don't
Weaver.
get Echo.
Like, literally, like, who is GDDZ? Like, he's supposed to be this oh, there he is. What the fuck are we talking about? Hijack. Light blue?
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Did your own jungle?
It could be positioned for Naga.
Position 1, 7. Fuji.
I gave ward to Weaver.
The moon weaves and a new pattern appears. I look back. Fortune and glory awaits. Skitter on. Cut and weave.
The fuck, dude?
Wow, that's some next level shit.
You jail.
I am compelled.
Let's go.
And
Go in the middle.
30 seconds to showtime. I must. Oh, I see lots of good digging spots out there. What are we waiting for?
Careful for Mars spear. He might spear you to tower.
It's 4 bro.
Yes. Let's wait for all the marbles. Marbles were at all values. In the bag. Let's
Wow.
weave a battle plan.
Look at this. I don't understand what's happening.
It's jungle Naga. Just farm lane, Weaver. Farm lane. Yeah, Mars is just following Naga. So if you go there, Naga's gonna run.
I think there's. Oh, dude, is this? I think this might be free MMR.
Bitter pattern.
Where is it?
Shuttle off. Attack. Denied.
Did you get that last hit? Did not? Yeah, you did.
Yes.
He's hit. I need X. Both go well. Don't leave guys easy. Effective.
Yes.
That's rage quit.
Don't leave. They have first blood.
I loom. Scatter. Welcome back to the war. Is it everything?
No, just
He
go
reconnected.
Meteor Hammer Deso or something.
He came back. What the fuck?
Yes.
Tera. Go get out.
Plants.
Snip, snip. I must. Infest denied. The great loom weaves. Shuttle off. Slash. Strike. Bitter pattern. I am compelled.
I don't see enemies.
They're following each other.
Scuttling in. Dire structures are fortified.
Is he playing? I don't know. Shadow Fiend's like level 3 though. Is he playing for real?
Oh, snap!
Oh well, I'll get this later then.
Tear the threads. Rend you. A taut thread. Clipped. Out of time. Radiant fortified the structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Cut and weave.
Oh boss. Typical.
Skitter on. Slash. find you. A golden thread.
Then
I can't tell if they've actually given up. I think they probably gave up, but I can't. I'm not really sure.
I must. Bitter pattern.
Gold.
I see more of the pattern.
How about just go top?
What the? Someone already took these runes?
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone. Golden thread. Attack.
We have catapult.
Radiant called
Hello,
for
Decky.
fortification.
I don't see.
Hello, Hilmi.
Snare.
I don't know what Jake's trying though.
Creep and crawl.
Should I get Desolator?
Sure, or meteor hammer.
Okay. Desolator's better
You
since
can
they're
get divine
teleport.
rapier.
Enemy's top tower's gone. You done good.
Feel left out, not pushed.
Skitter scatter. Your middle tower is under attack.
First to die.
Catalina. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Such a noob guy, eh? Rank 479, lol.
How do you die to like just AI?
Yeah.
Not even open AI.
Rank 400. Holy shit.
I loom.
How could you be this bad?
Yes. Wave goodbye to the enemy's top barracks. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Creep and crawl.
Here he goes again.
Well, I suppose I will go
Scatterlining.
join them.
Juggernaut!
I am compelled. You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
Friends could probably stop that.
Armed and
Your
The
bottom
fuck, man?
tower's kind of bad. Swarm them.
is missing.
Yes. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Nah, I'm gonna go back to base, man. I gotta buy stuff.
Your bottom This is one of the things.
Look at me, guys.
Dota 2! Hey!
There it is.
Bitter pattern.
Actually, should I buy this or should I buy the meme hammer? Ah, let's buy this. Yeah. Dota 2. I'm coming. I want to kill.
Yes. Killing spree. Double kill. To the loom with you. To be rewoven.
Can you guys commend me? I'm on my way to 4,000 commend.
Get on my level.
Wait, what the fuck? Holy shit. Please, I want to be on your level.
I know, right?
Yo,
Why
what's
does it
with this
hurt?
Hurricane Ursa?
Out of time's weave.
Maybe a campfire.
Probably, eh? Oh, look at me, I'm so cool. I'm hitting tower with armlet.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We can't even toggle.
rotten weed. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Here.
Hey, look.
How much building damage does Meteor Hammer do?
XD lol.
75. 300. So 375 damage to buildings, huh? That's
The
decent.
bottom tower is under attack.
GG, command me please. 4,000 commands.
Okay, I'll command it. Give me the 5,000.
Swap command. Of course, of course.
Give me the 5k. Commence. Well, that was the hardest MMR I've ever gotten in my life. Alright, one for you, one for you. Oh, we queued West on that the last one, eh? That's scary. Good job, Rand. Maybe I should have played Viper, Drow Ranger after all. Oh well. Well, I guess that puts us in the 1800s now. Jesus. I was gonna say, when did I play Mars? But then I realized I played Mars yesterday. Totally forgot about it. How did we win in 18 minutes? 18-minute game? What are you talking about 18-minute game? This is a 10-minute game. Well, I don't know. They said at the beginning of the game, they said end, and I was like, okay. Kind of just like, yeah, sure, man, okay. And then we got all 4 runes, and then Spearbreaker decided to investigate what they were actually doing, because they didn't show up at the runes, and then Naga and Mars were just following each other around
We'll hold them down. You knock them out.
in the jungle, not going towards their lanes.
5 seconds
Shadow
left.
Fiend fights Queen of Pain mid, dies once, and then he rage buybacks, he disconnects, but then he comes back, and he starts to run down mid, and the rest is history. Oh, we have a rank 70 on my team, yay! Hey, Naren Singh, there is no best hero. You can go to Dota Buff to see win rates if you want.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Your pick
Oh, it's
now.
the line from the last game.
What? Huh?
Get on my level, motherfucker.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
Let's play Underlord again. Meeple Mars Band. Well, Underlord is such a... He's so fat. Look at him. I mean, the front looks cool, and then until you watch him turn to the side. Okay.
Okay, your pick now.
Oh, of course
You
they
know
pick
what
Ursa.
to do.
Oh my god, he's a Smurf. Oh no. Oh god. This guy is so Smurfy, and he's gonna be laning against me. Hey, Mr. Positivity, I'm good, man. But keep
Your pick.
chatting English, okay?
This is where you win
Hello, Matt.
or lose.
How do you counter PA with Monkey King Bar? Magical Burst, surprise. Give Mr. 70 last. What's my base move speed? It's probably pretty slow, huh? 295? Ursa moves 30 faster than me.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Well, that's gonna be difficult. Oh, Naga. They don't really have a great... Okay. Man, how do I even lane? I think I need Venomancer. Well, we're gonna rush fucking boots as soon as possible, for sure. This fucker is gonna run at me, and I can't even lane after level 5. All right, let's do this. Have you guys considered getting better internets?
There is work to be done.
Prepare for battle.
Despair moves. Now the survivors, because this one is in the bag. Oh yes. The pleasure will be mine.
He doesn't like my word, I think.
With pleasure.
30 seconds to showtime. Lots to do before the battle starts, so get cracking.
Don't fucking put that down, you fuck.
I bring
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
I will scorch this land and its
Run.
despair moves.
Oh, I get to lane against Sand King.
What's his top? You guys should be fine bottom.
Yeah.
Seize if I don't. Come to die. Unworthy. Ah!
First blood!
Mercy.
First blood on the sand strikes the perfect note.
There is no hope. Oh, yes. Gotcha! Not foe.
Denied.
pleasure. To the dark.
What a creep wave, dude.
I bring darkness.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Absolutely. Yes. Of course. The pleasure
Dude,
will
he doesn't bring myself. He's not even. Okay.
I will teach them. Unite.
Jesus.
I come to conquer. Attack.
I don't think so.
To the dark. Double damage.
I took a lot of damage for that.
Oh yes.
Ursa's TPing bottom.
With pleasure. Absolutely.
I suppose I should have pulled there. Do you have boots yet? He has boots?
There is work to be done. Oh yes.
Invisibility.
Denied.
I need my boots before I can
Despair.
start challenging this guy. There we go.
Mercy.
Sucker. What the fuck, man? I'm trying to pull these creeps.
Immediately. I come to conquer. Proud to me. The pleasure will
Ruins. Sucker.
darkness.
Oh, what? Why did I put my boots in my backpack?
Yes.
Thanks, man.
Ain't come
Whoa,
here.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Come to die.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Immediately.
Killing spree.
It's not looking good for us early game.
If your middle
First is probably
tower
7k.
fought, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Fight. Yes.
Your top tower needs some help. Oh, there better be something important going on.
There is no hope. If I don't.
serious? What the fuck, man? Oh, I got stunned before I could even use my wand. Didn't I? Oh shit.
Hot power has been denied.
Right there.
There is work to be done.
Oh my god, these guys are still here, dude. Oh, I'm dead. Dude, we're getting owned in the early game, hey?
Absolutely.
This guy's going Midas. Oh my goodness. Oh shit. I'm paying attention. Oh, he killed him. That's good.
Despair moves.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, man! I am so tired of this lane. Like, they see me. They even see me just for like 2 seconds. I'm dead.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Fucking
Wait,
start
need to play
jumping.
bottom with him. Don't come top. I'm fine.
Oh god.
I do not avail. I am only delayed. Die!
Your middle tower's under attack.
Entry.
10 minute runes. Oh my god.
Killing spree. Venom.
Rancid death.
This guy, like, who is this person? Because he's ranked 275 on a Smurf. Guess he spams the fuck out of Ursa.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight.
Of course. Without mercy. Firestorm.
Oh, hello, Kevin. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate your support these days. Very kind of you.
There is no
Dire's putting up a barricade. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
Yeah, I'm done with this lane. I'm so done.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
if I don't.
And over here we have your middle tower. not being there no more.
Pleasure will be mine.
Yo, Lagger. Alright, coming.
Killing spree!
Oh my god.
Oh yes.
Middle is missing.
Ursa's missing.
Yes.
I need. Okay, Ursa's top. Hey, Ursa's Morbid Mask and he's top. Who is that?
Will suffer.
Are you serious about this?
I bring darkness. There is no hope.
Kill him, kill him.
Son's dead. Hey, him and that ace. And I never messed up that bad. Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Careful. Don't kill him again. Just move.
Come on, Line. You gotta be closer than that, dude.
Under attack. When you get to hell.
Come on, dude.
If I don't. There is work to be done.
Where's my fucking items anyway?
Better puff on over to your bottom tower.
I come to conquer.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Dire structures are fortified.
Mercy. Invisibility moves. Oh yes.
Ooh, what a nice.
Dominate!
Wow. Like way ahead of us at every single step, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
To the dark. Of course. Absolutely.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
I bring darkness. Firestorm.
You guys can fight bottom. There are only 2 players bottom. Please do something.
Okay.
Oh yes.
Well, Balon.
There is work to be done.
No damage for Lion.
Better puff on over to your bottom tower. What, not your job or something?
Guts will spill.
Let's get back, Lion.
Ooh, your bottom tower is kind of bad. This is one of the things in the bad column. Mega kill!
Dude, I don't know. They're so good, and we just suck. And this Ursa is just It's just too fucking good, man.
Your bottom tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Hello, Indian guy. How you doing? How's the UK?
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Yes.
Your top
Oh, Steve?
tower is under attack.
Yeah, man, I just don't know what to do.
There is no
Everywhere I go, I just die. Like once every 3 minutes. Oh shit. See, everywhere I fucking go, I die. Everywhere.
Double kill.
Well, we got 2 kills as well, so I think this guy's about to die though. Maybe not. Okay, Ursa couldn't get him.
You are short game?
Your bottom tower is kind of bad. Unstoppable!
Yep.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't know. This Ursa, I'm sure he's at least 7k player, dude. Maybe even 8k. He might be tier 1 pro, but he just...
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Shut up. Someone said pick Ursa, but then we just didn't listen to him. Oh.
Savage!
This game is GG.
You will not be spared.
Okay. There, I can survive versus burst, maybe.
Your middle tower is under attack. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Without mercy.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Absolutely.
I don't know, should I be over there?
Tower's under attack.
I'm actually going to fucking broke my item. It is fucking bad.
Mega kill!
Yeah, okay.
Your top tower is under Whoa!
Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Immediately.
Your top tower is under attack.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
The
suck
pleasure
dick, dude.
will be mine.
I was bottom,
tower needs some
happily
help.
farming, you know? We're supposed to
You'll be
stay away from the
fine,
PL.
As long as that top tower don't fall. Oh wait, it's already gone.
I come to conquer.
Your top tower is under attack.
There is no
Killing spree!
Holy shit.
with my brain.
Guys just tilted as fuck.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh yes.
Got one less middle tower now, by the way. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
The horde
Your top tower needs some help.
despair.
Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Oh boy, oh
Hello,
boy,
top tower.
oh
bottom tower's going.
Is under attack.
Barracks are under attack.
Oh boy. Yeah, I don't feel like playing this game anymore.
Top barracks are under attack.
Oh boy. Holy shit, man. Who the fuck is this Ursa? Let's check out his Dota. 378-627-340.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack.
I don't know, guys. He just played a perfect game. Always in the perfect spot.
Your middle barracks
perfect
are
time.
under attack. It's tough out. Your bottom tower is just trying to make a living. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Hey, your bottom barracks need help. You'll do something if you know what's good for you.
Let's change this. Press F to pay respects.
Your bottom barracks
Please.
are under attack.
Is he even playing in NA? Well, let's have a look.
Bottom
US
barracks
East,
has
Peru.
fallen.
Oh,
Your bottom barracks
so
are
he's
under
probably
attack.
Peruvian.
Bad news about your bottom barracks. The enemy now have mega creeps. Your middle tower is under attack. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen. Why do I get the feeling you ain't taking this seriously?
Oh, he's got a Abyssal.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your engine is under attack.
Ah, you sucker.
Your engine is under attack. You ain't lying.
Oh no, 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 no.
Your engine is under attack.
Fuck. Why did I even step outside? Oh, I'm glad this game is over. Oh man. Well, hopefully the Ursa's on my team next time. Otherwise, I'm gonna abandon next game, I think. Yeah, this guy's... he just played perfectly. Seriously. Yeah, I don't know. I second pick Underlord on my team. Like, it was first pick Lion and second pick Underlord. I knew it was gonna be hard, but I did not realize how hard it was gonna be. Of course you do, BJ. You biased bastard. Oh, David. You want a good song? Listen to Darude. And you guys know what the best song from Darude is? Hey! I know you do, BJ. Thanks, buddy. Okay. Have a nice dinner, a bad and best hero. You know what? If I see Ursa on the enemy team in the next game, I'm gonna pick Ursa before he does. 'Cause he plays a lot of Ursa. Yes, a lot of Ursa. Your GC, isn't that the Spirit Breaker from my game? Or he had a very similar name. Yeah, that was GDDZ, right. Okay. I think PL needed more time to farm, but we just lost too hard. Yeah, so I mean, just looking at player net worths, basically every lane lost. PL did okay. Yeah, no, PL still not as farmed as Ursa, but actually PL's farm is decent. Underlord lost, or I mean, OD lost to Necrophos, and I lost to the Sand King. Necrophos is Divine 7, OD is also Divine 7, so I mean MMR is the same. No, I was doing fine until Ursa came to my lane, honestly. Like, Ursa was originally in the off lane. The Radiant off lane. Hey David. You can't sleep without my voice. Would you say that it also turns you on? You get turned on by my voice?
Still love your Ursa.
Hey BJ, thanks buddy. I know you do. Thank you so much. Ugh. Yeah, so these shards, I don't even know what to buy, I guess. There's a shop. Yeah, I don't particularly like everything that I want I already have. I think this set is cool, but I just don't really play Timbersaw, you know? Already have this one. Don't really play that hero either. I may have bought this already. This one's kind of cool. I think I actually have it. Anyways, we have game now. Yeah, see, we already have it. Well, Ashley.
Ooh, you get to ban someone.
Nick don't know.
5 seconds left.
Oh, this guy was in my last game. Let's see, who was he?
I come lock, stock, and barrel.
He was the Sand King, right?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Alright, let's play some Drow Ranger. Unless yellow he's our best player, huh? Yellow wants to play off lane. This guy wants to play mid. Yeah, so maybe Drow seems suitable for me. Hello, Lashu. Thank you, Joseph. Hello, Tundra.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh? Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Let's do it. Hello, Artita. Thank you, BJ. Drow God? Yeah, Drow's just really strong here right now. Glad you like the set, Valisoa. Alright, well, we buy BKB this game for sure. Faux show. Yeah, pretty sure we don't buy Shadowblade, we buy Dragonlance, and we definitely buy BKB. Just based on this draft.
Okay, your pick.
Wait a minute, Z? Isn't that?
You
No,
know what
that's
to
not the same
do.
guy. The Ursa? The Ursa was a question mark. But this guy may also be a Smurf. Shit.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Maybe I can lane against Monkey King. Oh shit. I don't even know how they're gonna lane anymore. Like, we have no idea what the lane's gonna be until we see the 10th pick. What's BKB? Kenla, you don't even know what BKB means? Are you serious? Safe lane Monkey King? Okay. I will go against... Awareness Mill, thanks buddy.
Long time
Sniper,
no see,
sure.
aw, man. Sniper after this, blue, beaming face with smiling eyes.
My quiver and bow are ready. That was my thought. Arrow, find your target.
This one's in the back.
It's in the bag. I go in silence. Agreed.
Yeah, I haven't seen you for a while, Awan. What have you been doing? And Awan, when this game ends, remind me to play Sniper, okay? Because I'm probably gonna forget. I just start queuing ranked, and then sometimes it's suicide to pick Sniper in ranked.
30 seconds to battle. Well, feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
Good enough. So be it.
Battle's starting. Just remember, you got a job to do.
I've waited for this moment.
Nice, 3 rooms.
Silent as mist. To battle. Yes.
I get a tri-lane top. Interesting.
My sentiments as well. Very well. I shall nip my enemies. Way ahead of you.
Fuck, I missed every single last hit so far.
I'll cut a notch with your name on it. Feel my cold embrace. Death and silence. Onward.
Hey, Bloodseeker, we may have to rotate.
Quiver. My bow. Agreed.
Yeah, I'll come bottom, okay?
So be it. Yes. Forward.
I accept this honor on behalf of storms everywhere.
Very well. Not this time. I go in silence. Silent as mist. My sentiments as well. Your fate is sealed. Onward. To battle. Way ahead of you. Into the fray. My bow is drawn.
I've been wanting
That was
this.
my thought. Good enough.
Huh.
Very well.
Oh fuck! I'll tab, dude.
Forward.
Oh my god, my last hits are terrible right now.
My bow is drawn.
Oh my god, this fucking polling back and forth shit.
The price you pay. Yes. To battle.
Invisibility.
Bite frost. Way ahead of you. Good enough.
Are you even watching your top tower?
So be it.
Ruins, Dark Willow, ruins.
Silent as mist. I'll take that. I go in silence. That was my thought.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Agreed.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My sentiments as well. Onward. Battle. Good enough. Attack. Way ahead of you.
In a shrine.
Very well. That was my thought. Onward. Silent as mist.
Look, the
Go,
enemy's
go, go,
attacking
help
you
me.
in town. Don't let him do that!
Okay, never mind.
Agreed.
Okay, so but
Oh no, it's okay, it's okay. But
I want to kill.
My
You can?
sentiments as well.
I'm over here.
nice.
I say I want kill, not assist. Okay, so
I don't understand what this guy's talking about at all.
Arrow fly. My bow is drawn. I go in silence.
Okay.
Feel the frost.
okay, full 3 woods.
I don't have silence.
If your mid-tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
You die alone.
Double kill!
Silence mist. I thought they warned you
Nice.
not to speak with rangers. Are you even trying?
It's over 9,000!
I'm here all week.
I go in silence. Feel the bite of frost. My sentiments as well.
Okay, take it. He missed
So
it?
be it.
Oh my goodness. Damn, dude.
My bow.
There's nothing here. What the?
Agreed. Very well.
Rape him maybe?
Trade.
Ah, rape.
Onward. Good enough.
Guys, TA free farm
Shut up.
on wood.
Out of your mind. That was my thought.
I can TP if you want bot.
To battle.
Top tower needs some help. Ellie, Trojan, get over there!
Oh,
Good enough.
GG.
Okay, man. Get the runes next.
Arrow, fly.
GG, I die 500 golds for the fucking bitch.
Tower's under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Go in silence.
Fucking annoying ass Rubik.
My bow is drawn.
What the? I hit it twice?
Very well.
Not even possible.
Bite, frost. I shall nip my enemies. So be it.
No?
My time has come. Yes.
You have silence. Okay.
My sentiments as well.
Rubik TP? Rubik TP?
Stand and deliver.
Oh fuck, I die.
Arrow fly. Into the fray.
No, I need farm. You can kill him, but need teammates.
Forward.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Fly. Agreed. To
The
battle.
Rubik will actually just walk all the way back bottom.
Onward.
Shadow Demon's like right over here.
Yeah, I say.
To battle.
Oh,
He
fuck.
just wood, you know? He just farm wood
Trying to get out of
all
bottom.
time. I kill him, but
Yeah, I'm coming. Thanks.
he just farm wood.
Good enough.
You can kill, but need helps.
Quiver. Go in silence.
Oh, of course, people.
Killing
Fuck
spree.
this.
Stop fucking trying to kill him, man.
Bottom tower's kind of bad.
Don't use ulti. I think you want creeping, man. You know?
My bow is drawn.
Blah, 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 blah,
Move on
blah.
over to your bottom tower.
My sentiments as well.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Arrow, find your target.
Radiant structures are fortified. Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of
Feel
bad.
the vital frost. Very well.
Killing spree.
Death comes silently. Onward.
Can I get my fucking item?
Way ahead of you.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
That
You know,
is my-
there's a.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
Double damage.
Your fate is sealed.
Oh man, I didn't stack this really.
Yes.
Uh,
Forward.
ruins? Fuck. Oh man, I just went.
Agreed. My bow is drawn. Very well.
Your bottom
Forward.
tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
Attack. Feel my cold embrace.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Every little bit counts. Way ahead of you.
Do I even TP into this?
That was my
Enemy's top tower explodes. Your bottom tower is is under attack.
That'd be a bit.
Onward.
Come on.
You better pull
Someone
on
take the
over
bottom
to your
farm.
bottom tower.
Quiver.
What item do I need this game?
Silent is missed. So be it.
Shut up and play the game, Jesus.
Your fate is sealed.
Yo, Shiva. What the?
I go in silence.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'll cut a notch with your name on it. Yes. To battle. Link dagger. Bite frost. My sentiments as well.
We're ahead in kills. Like I don't know why my team is just so fucking whiny and shit, dude.
Good enough. I go in silence. To battle. Very well.
Okay. They have sentry there, okay?
Silence
Just keep that in mind.
So be it. Yes. Agreed.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Here.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Death comes silently. Good enough. Arrow, find your target. That was my thought. Forward.
We win late game? I would say that we do.
My sentiments as well. Way ahead of you. And deliver. My goal is so be it.
Stupendous!
Silent is mist.
I've been wanting this.
Not yet.
What
I'm
the-
under attack. My sentiments.
Oh my god, you fucking shit. Oh. Is there a reason why I'm not getting Yasha? I just don't value the move speed quite as much. I'm more interested in the evasion from Butterfly to go against this Monkey King and this TA, that's why.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
To battle. Very well.
Yeah, they always know where our words are.
My bow is drawn. Onward. That was my thought.
Javelin and Echo Saber.
Way ahead of
Hey,
you.
kill these guys?
How you kill? What the fuck, guys? Good job.
Thanks.
Full free farm by dagger, you know? Good job. Just farming wood.
That's what Drought's supposed to do, you idiot.
You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Are you fucking serious?
Radiant
It's not carry, it's fucking hero. He did it with Dota.
tower is under attack.
Go ahead, Dix Assassin. Explain to me what's wrong with the Drow pick.
Because we win game, you farming and you now don't any skill.
What?
Zero damage. Zero damage. on
I
you,
have zero
my
damage?
friend.
Oh, okay.
Now I see. You know, zero damage.
Shut the fuck up, man.
You farm all game and zero damage.
Oh, hard carry position 1 farms all game. Surprise. Can you kill this TA, please? Okay? Okay? Shut the fuck up! Fucking bitches. Fucking whiny. Go cry to your moms. Yeah! Fucking whiny ass bitches. Oh, fucking hate people.
Silent as mist.
Jesus Christ.
Way ahead of you. Forward.
And Nyx Assassin, what's wrong with the Drow pick? Go ahead, man.
They don't have ulti. Now they have ulti and kill you, my friend.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, check.
Yeah.
Go in silence.
You're so good, man.
My bow is drawn. Onward.
Go kill Tae. Go kill him, Nick. Go.
Yeah, that's what I thought, man.
Agreed.
I asked you a question, you can't even answer.
Show me.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Fucking bitch.
Go, no sentry.
Good enough.
You can kill Zero, but you don't wanna kill. Okay, no problem.
Wah, wah.
Kill this book.
Three, two, one, let's go.
So that Sandro guy, is he mocking the Blink Dagger build? Did he just say that? Can someone confirm in chat, please? Dota 2 Matumba man. Dota buff. Is that what he said? Okay. Well, why don't we have a look at Matumba man's? Oops.
Just back or you die.
Why don't we have a look at Matumba man's profile? Okay. So he played Drow Ranger very, very. Okay, you can't really see his profile. Actually, I just watched a YouTube video yesterday. Hold on a sec. So what was it? He Matumba man. Where was it? He played Drow very recently. Was it this channel? You know, pros go fucking Blink Dagger on Drow all the time, right? You fucking condescending shit. Think you're so good?
So be it.
Yeah, I bet you have nothing to say to that. Just like this Nyx Assassin, right? Think you know how to play this game.
So be it.
Hey, let me finish my butterfly.
Feel the frost. Silent as mist.
Yeah, Cam's back, guys.
Butterfly.
Can we fight this?
My bow is drawn.
Is BKB care?
I go in silence. I'm under attack.
Okay.
Before the arrow fired has fallen. I'm ready. Feel my
Go back. Back!
Did you just fight him? Fucking pussy.
Fucking, why you don't just shot fucking TA? Tell me please. And why is this stupid guy fighting? Which TA?
Oh my god.
Oh, this is one of the things in the bad column.
Out and bleed out.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
How came I here?
Your bottom
Attack.
tower has fallen.
Into the fray.
Can I not use my silence, please?
Bow is strong.
Are you kidding me? Okay, what do you want me to use?
Arrow, fly.
Real smart, buddy. So smart.
Very well.
Can you not use your silence? Are you fucking dumb? Holy shit.
Agreed.
Wah, wah. Shut the fuck up, you fucking whiny ass bitch.
To battle. Feel the violence.
And you, I asked you earlier. What's wrong with the Drow pick? That's what I thought. That's what I fucking thought, man. Here's your answer, man. It's Drow pick, nothing, right?
Enough.
Fucking whiny ass bitch. Shut the fuck up next time.
Forward.
Stronger than ever.
Killing spree. Double killing.
God, I hate my team. Yeah, so what? Okay, you know what, guys? My bad. I'm just gonna mute the Storm. He's very whiny and toxic, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute him. 4 and 7. Thinks he's so good. What the fuck? Not even good. Why do you just keep talking?
Haste for the twins.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Stupendous.
Yes.
Hey, look at you, knocking down that bottom tower.
Onward. Fair trade. Feel my
This guy always goes
cold
after me, huh?
embrace. That was my thought. Attack. Bite, frost.
Oh no, jungle
As
again.
deep
Sure.
as
Still
forest
coming.
shade. My sentiments as well.
Oh, this one.
Quiver. Death comes silently.
Okay.
I go in silence. To battle.
Well played. Yeah, I bet you got something to say about that, don't you? Say something smart,
Way
please.
ahead of you.
Wait a minute. They're going really deep on this. I probably need to TP back to save this guy. I'll TP back, okay? Just TP right over here.
Okay.
So be it. Secrets of the deep. Drown one less enemy now. Yes.
Did I have buyback it? No, I didn't. Didn't matter either way.
Radiant structures are fortified. Double kill.
Oh, actually, maybe I should have got the evasion talent.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, maybe. And no, 3-second gust silence duration is so good.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower. Oh,
I think you had to buy back, dude.
killing spree. Double kill.
Go, 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 bye, bye.
Yeah, why don't you buy back?
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Hey, Dark Willow?
I blew it.
I saw that miles away.
Your middle tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Into the fray. My time has come. Arrow, find your target.
Jesus Christ.
Arrow, fly. Arrow, fly.
If I were Monkey King, where would I go?
Onward.
There he
Feel the
is.
frost. Silent as mist. Feel the bite of frost.
Oh wait, I don't have buyback if I buy this Meteor Hammer.
Stand and deliver. Very well.
BKB charge shoes.
Arrow, fly.
Is Roshan up? Hey, 35 minutes.
Your fate is sealed. I'll take that. Agreed.
Oh, so it should be up. Hey, secure Roshan, please.
Into the fray.
So,
My bow is drawn. Good enough.
Is there traps in there?
Dead
No.
tired. Today I watched a bunch of dumbos wander around doing nothing.
Arrow, find your target. It's not time yet. That was my thought. Let me get my
Fucking bitch.
and then you can die.
Oh shit. Dude.
Killing spree! Triple kill!
Death in silence.
The Jasper Circle couldn't do it better.
My sentiments as well. Your money or you're dead.
it's not good idea.
Onward. Way ahead of you.
Swan's dead. Man, him and that ages. Glad I never messed up that bad.
I go in silence. I shun my enemies.
Yeah, I gotta pee, guys.
Forward. Very well. My bow is strung. Feel my cold embrace. Attack.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Fight, Frost.
Your bottom shrine has fallen.
That was my thought. Quiver. My bow is drawn.
Yeah, we can afford to wait.
Silent as mist. Black King Bar. So be it. The price you pay. Agreed. Good enough. Try not to get your name on it.
Seriously, just gonna jump through it? Not sure this is a good idea, but let's try.
My sentiment? Battle. I thought they warned you not to speak with rangers. Go
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
quiver.
Why are you running into the tower, you stupid fuck?
It's not time yet. So be it. I'll cut a knot with you. Back before the arrow fire has fallen. Agreed. Into the fray.
Can we push, please? Can we push?
Stupendous!
Feel the bite first. Arrow fly.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Attack. Not yet. 4. That was my thought. I Good enough.
And his name is John C.
Fuck this team. They don't deserve this win at all.
Dire structures are fortified.
Your fate is sealed.
Get back. Can we get
The
back?
enemy's top barracks is fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Lot better ventilation. Ask any creed. Those barracks are stuffed.
Get out, get out, get out. Can we get out? Can we get out?
My sentiments as well.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
Onward.
Hey, guy who got banned for shit talking Blink Dagger earlier. Does this seem like a shitty buy now? You fuck.
Every little bit counts.
Fucking dumb shits. Keep talking. Don't know what you're talking about. Just keep talking.
Battle.
I don't know what I was expecting.
I'm not ready. Arrow, fly.
Oh, shit.
Good job, Storm. Good job.
Very well. To battle.
Killing spree!
Yes.
Are you fucking serious?
Way ahead.
So what, man? So what?
Go in silence.
Kara, I'm kind of low, okay? Kara, please.
May the drow keep you safe. Ice shall meet pines.
Yeah, Blink Dagger, bad item?
Now that you're
Yeah,
dead,
shut the
I find
fuck
it
up.
easy
Don't
to
even know what you're
respect
talking about.
Agreed.
Bet you build the same fucking shit every game, right?
Good enough. Death's
Ah.
cold embrace.
Hey Birdman, it's okay, man. I don't even know what you said earlier about spoilers, but I just don't spoil stuff. Man. And I think if it's season 1, you can probably talk about season 1. I gotta buy back.
Big strides. Big stride through.
Yo, there's a TA over here. Yo, kill the TA, kill the TA. He says BKB. Click him, dude, just click him.
Killing spree!
This is the last season of Game of Thrones? No! 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 You're shitting me. It's okay, Birdman. It's okay, man.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Yeah, I can buy boots to travel. Buy boots to travel.
How came I here? Silent as mist.
Okay, I'll push back bottom.
I'll take that. Bright frost.
Can we get bottom?
Arrow, find your target.
Okay. All right, I don't have buyback then.
Illusion?
It's not time yet. My sentiments as well.
Yo, try to save money for buyback.
Feel my cold embrace.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
So be it. Death comes silently.
Rush is up.
Death comes silently. My bow is drawn. Very well.
Install consciousness. Here now.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Into the fray. Onward.
Can't wait to see what will happen next.
To battle.
Keep you safe.
Go in silence.
Sure. Doesn't matter. Either one.
Feel the frost. I'm under attack.
Storm Force, double damage.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Feel my cold embrace.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. That's the power of elbow grease. And You know, bit of murder. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. You now have mega creeps. Enemy's middle tower just... The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Very well. Find the target.
What the fuck?
Killing spree! Double kill!
Good enough.
Haste!
Not yet.
Tired doing that glowy thing. Yeah, what to do with double kill?
Silent.
Fuck this team. Storm and Nyx. Next time, just shut the fuck up and play. Thank you. Hey Matt, awful pick. Yeah, right now. Look, I asked this guy. I don't know if you were there. He's like, thanks for. He sarcastically said, thanks for the drow pick, right? And I'm like, what was wrong with the drow pick? Go ahead, man. What was wrong with the drow pick? And it was like this. His answer was like this. Come on, man. I'm waiting for your answer. And then he said something like, shut up, nigger. You know, that's what he said to me. Like, okay, dude. Like, exactly. So your answer is basically, the problem with the drow pick is, exactly. Shut the fuck up. Hey, let me go to the bathroom. Guys, be back. Hey Leanne Paolo, thanks for subscribing. Here, let me read some comments. I owe a sniper game, right? Alright, let me read some of these comments. Blitzpix plays a better TA than that guy. I don't know, this TA is rank 1000. I think Blitzpix is ancient, right? GG guys. Well span, Dan. Where are we? Hi Blue, don't eat meat too much. What makes you think I eat a lot of meat? And even if I did, why am I not allowed to eat too much meat? Actually, I don't have most damage. It's okay, I don't have to have most damage. Actually, yes, I did 29,000, Storm did 39,000, and Bloodseeker did 43,000. So actually, out of the 3 cores, I did the least damage. But, I mean, Drow's... I mean, I have 2 items that... I have 3 items that... No, 4 items that just simply do not do damage. These are 4 utility items, right? So I'm not going for pure damage here. You know, I actually have very little damage. Butterfly is kind of like a hybrid damage item. I mean, I got the Chrysalis, but I'm not a damage like a damage build Drow, so that's fine. Hey, Stiff. Thanks, Terrorblade. I have no idea what this means. Classic kitty behavior, right? GG. Yeah, so we're here. Thanks, Mohammed. Talk to Storm next player. I know, right? What the fuck? Just keep talking. Never build Blink and Drow, but seeing Blue playing with these Blink skills, I'm impressed. So good in pro. Thank you, Ming. Yeah, actually the Blink Dagger. Actually, there's quite a few reasons to buy Blink in this game. So in this game, if you buy Blink Dagger, you can push. Well, first of all, it excels your farm, right? Like people don't think of Blink Dagger as a farming item, but it can be a farming item, right? If you can move from point A to point B more quickly, that means you can farm more. You can farm faster. You can blink over cliffs, over trees and stuff, right? So I mean, you can go from camp A to camp B much more quickly. Secondly, it's there was this one point where Rubik tried to gank me. He was running up to me to use telekinesis, and then I just blinked away. I would have died otherwise, right? But I didn't die because I had Blink Dagger, right? So if I even have like 1 second or half second to react to their gank, I can blink away, right? Like, and it just kind of ruins their gank. So Blink Dagger is quite a powerful item on Drow if you know how to use it. Blink Dagger seems like it's not that great at first, but once you hit 25, you really begin to see the power of Blink Dagger or any like items on Drow. I can basically spam a lot of my items because of the 50% cooldown reduction. So Blink Dagger becomes even more powerful, is what I'm trying to say. Thanks, man. People buy Blink on Sniper, not sure why people are surprised to see it on Drow. Well, I mean, there are people who understand the game, there are people who don't, right? Like, I'm sure that the guy who got banned early, he probably buys the exact same fucking items every time. Shadow Blade, Hurricane Pike, Butterfly, eggs or some shit, like probably every single fucking game. But you don't understand that every game is different. You think the 550 knockback talent makes it tougher for Drow on your team? I mean, it's a double-edged blade, right? I debated getting the 10 agility talent, but I was so scared of the Monkey King and the TA that I went with the knockback talent. So it was more of a defensive measure to basically prevent the TA from killing me. Okay, where are we? Reno fan, yep. Oh, Yoan. You were the one, Wan, you were the one who donated for the sniper game, right? Are you ready? Hold on a sec, guys. Okay. I'll play unranked sniper then. Sorry guys, I was reading something. Alright, where are we next? I can answer this right now. Yeah, I know, fan. What do you do when you're looking at the regions and stuck on calculating ping? I don't know, man. You can do whatever you want. I don't have an answer to your question. I'm not IT's tech. Also, Alex, try not to make any dumb comments today, okay, man? You've said a lot of dumb shit already. And a lot of us know that. That last talent meld bash is so OP. That guy didn't take that. I'm not sure that I even agree with you. I mean, 1.5 seconds, right? I mean, it's good. Don't get me wrong, but it's not. I wouldn't say that it's OP. Let's see here. I mean, it's kind of hard for him to kill anyone on our team, really. Like, if you, I think if you, no. You know what? The fact that TA got the sheep stick means that he should not be getting bash. So Nemusine, I would actually very disagree with your opinion on this matter. I mean, so TA is gonna jump someone with meld and sheep stick, right? And he has 3.5 seconds to kill someone, or he doesn't, right? I mean, what is it really that big of a difference between 3.5 versus 5 seconds? Which 5 seconds is sheep stick plus bash. I mean, it's not that big of a difference, right? So I very strongly disagree with you criticizing his not taking the bash challenge. Thank you, Lashu. Glad you agree, Ming. Thank you now. Okay. We need Dota for comparison graph between agility talent and knockback talent. He doesn't play drill. It's okay not playing sniper. Well, why? I want you to have the hero that you want to see, man. How to get Ancient 7 to Immortal. Play good? I don't know what you're trying to ask, man. If you want to get better at Dota, you have to practice. That's about it. Hi, Kaiser. Last game was ranked. Hello, Patois. What I do for a living? I stream. Yeah, I won the draw game. It's looking pretty bad for a while. Oh wait, what? Holy shit! We were winning by so much, but my team's so whiny, man. Look, we were winning pretty much the entire game except for this point right here. My team's so fucking whiny. That's pathetic. How to get Ancient 7 Immortal, the answer to win the game? Oh, why didn't I think of that answer, is that true?
Gunpowder justice.
Will suffer.
What would you do after streaming? You can't do this forever, right? I don't have an answer to your question. Because you're making the assumption that I can't do this forever. What if I did? And if I couldn't do it forever, I wouldn't know the answer to that question either. Ugh. Gonna get old and stuff? Well, what do old people do? They play golf, right? They play golf, they fuck around, play bingo, garden stuff. So, I mean, it sounds to me like your question is, what do old people do? Right. Okay, man, sniper. Yeah, that's why I'm doing unranked. Alright, where are we? Yeah, you know, I can still play Dota when I'm old, for sure. No, I am not playing Sniper in Ranked. You want me to lose MMR? Because that's how you want me to lose MMR. You're welcome, man. Golden Dragons, can you say something that makes sense? Well, you don't know me. My MMR is 5.7k. How about a Pangolier game?
Hello. What about a Pangolier game?
Okay. You know what? Guys, this usually my unranked game queues on this account, just because at this level, like, people don't really play unranked that much, because everyone's trying to like get their ranks up. So I am gonna be hopping on my Smurf, and we will play ranked games around the 4K level. One sec. And thank you very much, Silvio. So we'll be playing Sniper, and then we're going to be playing Pangolier. Why not ranked? You don't often play Sniper or what? Hey Ming, you have to understand that when you play ranked, you want to win the game, right? And because I am playing Sniper no matter what, regardless of the draft, don't you think that's a little suicidal? Draft is important, man. I like MMR, so that's why we don't just play Sniper in Ranked. Can I fight against the pro player live on YouTube? Yes, I have played against many pros live on YouTube. So, AJ, you said you ate so much fried chicken. How much is so much fried chicken? We need a blue span vlog. I debated that. Vlog seems to be so hot right now. Oops. Where are we? How long have you been playing Dota? Over 10 years. What is this guy talking about? Hey Burley, what are you talking about? Hey Doctor, were you the ET player from the other day? Or was that a different Doctor? I know it's some Doctor in the stream. He has very strong opinions about ET. One person wanted a ranked sniper game. There he goes. He's gonna get a ranked sniper game. Yeah, well, I wasn't sure that I was gonna get at least 2 hero requests. Then I did, so. Hey Fadley, would you like to make a donation for your Morphling request? 7 pieces jumbo wings. Now, does the jumbo wing include the tip as well? Like the whole wing? Or is it just like, you know, drumettes and whatever the other piece is called? Hello, Pai Dong. That's right, Ming. Am I going to TI? Probably. Are you going to TI, AJ? Hello, Jomar. Hello, Fikursi. So, Doctor, you are the ET player, right? Okay, right. That was Dr. Bot. Wait, what? You also played Dota 1 in the past? Yes. Twitch? No. The whole wing? Tip the drummet? Right, so you had 7 whole wings, right? That's a lot of chicken? I don't know, man. I could eat that easily. Am I doing giveaways? No. Would you like to make a donation to C Invoker? Only once asked to include ET in full. Right. Okay, then it wasn't you. Hey AJ, have you ever considered not being poor? You like MMR. Why don't you like to play MMR game? And besides, you have a best heroes that you've been playing before. Hey Ming, can you explain to Rodell what I said earlier? Hey Valiso, please don't use sound effects. especially for no reason. Finally rank, don't tilt, easy win. That sounds like very obvious advice. It's kind of like, hey Mark, hey, your asshole's gonna be clean if you wipe it after you shit. Yeah, we were talking about a different person. Do I play any other games, Tommy? Not really. Can you live Dota chess? I could. I could also live Minecraft and Roblox, Call of Duty. But I just play Dota 2. My MMR, my main account is 5.7k. Hello, Haku. Welcome back. Favorite sport? My favorite sport is squash, so me. Let's talk about Sniper, why Sniper is difficult to play. Well, he dies easily, that's why. Everybody wants to kill Sniper. He doesn't naturally have any defensive capabilities. Tends to have low armor, low HP. Thank you, Steven. Hello, Risky. Thank you, Herman. Hey, Vinny. If you find it tough to itemize Sniper, I think you should think about all the ways that they could kill you. So I mean, if they have Ursa, right? If they have Ursa, then buy Force Staff, right? Or Hurricane Pike. I think generally, if you have at least one defensive item, you're probably good. Probably. Sometimes you need to buy two. And items that I consider defensive is, if you're in a lower bracket, Shadowblade is considered a defensive item in the lower bracket, but you should not be using it to initiate. So you use it defensively. Hurricane Pike's a defensive item. BKB is a defensive item. Satanic is also a defensive item. So at least if you have at least one, you're probably good. Sometimes they have 3 or 4 heroes that counterpick the Sniper. So in that case, you'd probably want at least 2. Well, anyways, I think Maelstrom tends to be a very good item on the Sniper because it accelerates his farm. I'm probably going to be buying Maelstrom.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
Where's PA? Let's ban PA.
Your turn to pick.
Hey Silvio, after this game is over, can you remind me, like, immediately to play Pangolier?
Ten seconds remaining.
No sound effects abuse. Okay. We told you last time, Valiso, and you said nothing. So I need to make sure you understand this. Please reply. Oh my
Your
god.
turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Keyboard and description of stream. Did my metal rank go down? No. What makes you think it did? Wait, who's the mid? Punch mid? You didn't play sound effects? Are you fucking kidding me? Hey Valasoa? Okay, maybe you didn't know what the consequences of your actions, but you, in fact, did play sound effects. Here. I will scroll up and I will show you exactly when you used it. Where are we? Right here. You use the sound effect right here, man. You type in exclamation mark, N-A-N-I, Nani, and it plays the sound effects when you do that. I don't know if you understand that, but you did. So anyways, I need you to not do that. Especially when you don't understand, like, when you're supposed to be using it. Understood? There's 3 different people buying support items. Yeah, this is a terrible sniper game, by the way.
I call the shots around here.
Do I get any awards for tangos, guys?
Yes.
Thanks.
Prepare for battle.
I have that one too. Thanks, man.
Sure is shooting.
You basically just gave me everything. 6 defensive items, basically.
Yes.
Oh my god.
As you say.
It's in the bag. Payday. This one is in the bag.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up?
Hmm.
The bag in flames.
Okay.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah. You guys should go get that rune. Yo.
The battle begins.
I keep running. You good?
My spotter direct.
Clark got leap.
Seriously, match you on recipe? Wow.
Try laning this shit.
My spotter guides me.
Denied.
Haku, thanks, buddy. Works.
Line of sight. Gunpowder justice.
Test.
Run and gun.
Let's just back up. This lane's gonna push into our tower. He sucks. I'll kill him here in a minute.
Come on, stop using fucking courier, guys.
Take this. Yes. You die. Sure is.
Just work on denies.
As you say. Target practice. Let's have a go at it. Uh-huh. Illusion. Full bore. Going ballistic.
What's your problem, Pudge? There you go. That's a good sound effect.
Oh.
Hey, Pudge. Nah! Man, I've done that way too many times to fall for it.
Yes. On. Shoot him up.
What the fuck's wrong with this guy? Alright, Sammy. You know what you're doing here. I'm good, man. Thanks for coming though. Good rotations, guys. Just did what? That's so cynical. He gave you a compliment. Oh. Or did he? Yes, yes I did. No one's blaming here. No one's blaming yet. Easy lane.
Yes.
I don't even know what to say, man. I'm just too good at this game. I don't know, man. I mean, this Shadow Stone, he's obviously gonna come out with Shackle me, and then they're gonna hook, and then okay, go ahead. Thank you. Ooh, I like to eat that.
Oh shit, you can get that one, sorry, my bad.
Oh, that's okay, man.
My
Oh shit! We put down 2 words. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Nice.
You want to take that or I'll take it? No, you should take it.
I'll take it.
Or I'll take it and then I'll go top. It's up to you. Let me know now.
Okay, just take it. Just take it. It's fine.
Oh shit.
Help, help, help!
From the...
It's out of my shit.
I don't have woods. I don't have
That's
woods.
fine. I'm dead.
Alright, I'll take mid till you come.
No toxicity today, okay? Understand that, Kastam? Yesterday you acted like an arrogant shit. Hey, fight him, fight him, fight him, fight him! Ooh, easy. Nice job. Come on. Pudge is missing from middle here. Never mind, he's mid.
I just used to be. I can't take him.
That's fine, man.
Careful! Don't get the symbol.
No, I'm out. I'm baiting his hook. I'm good. I'm good. So they have a sentry over here. Oh no, I don't want this item. I can finish my Maelstrom in 46 gold. Now we go for power trips.
Stun? Stun? Oh my god.
Thanks.
Alright.
Oh, Jesus. This ruins this. Look at my team. Why is there no one top? Why is Slark bottom? I mean, who's the safe lane carry?
Watch is coming bottom.
What the fuck is going top?
Yes.
Oh no. They're ahead in kills, huh? I have to carry this team.
Dire structures are fortified.
Let's have a go at it.
Holy fuck, he's 7.
Why? Oh my god, dude. That was so fucking bad. I'm fucking dead now. Don't ever fucking swap me out of that fucking shit again, dude.
Jesus. So angry. Oh man. Did he smoke for that? Jesus. I don't know how forced that seems though. Okay guys, I'm level 12. Oh, he's stunned? Just use your flame guard, man. What the fuck? Understand.
No, it's fine. Like we have we have the sniper almost 13, so it's fine. Oh, yep.
Has fallen.
Why was I hooked? Because I was punched by... What's his name? Tusk punched me, you know?
Can you check that room, sniper?
What? Okay.
Can you check that room?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let sniper take it. Let sniper take it.
I know, it's okay, it's okay. I don't want it.
Oh god, took it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
My spotter guides me.
15-minute runes are almost up.
Your top tower is under attack.
With evolutions.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh. Oh my god. Was he baiting the entire time? Like, why don't you go help your teammates? Block first? What the fuck, man? I just don't understand. Some people play this game so weird. He doesn't have hook shot. Actually doesn't have much of anything.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I always forget it. Like I never play fucking support, so that's why I always forget it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Well,
The enemy's bottom tower has
I've
been
got
denied.
that state of
Yo, that punch, like, he sucks.
What? Oh, I have Force Staff.
Your top tower is under attack.
Just business. Nothing.
Your top tower
I'm gonna
is
shrine
under
top.
attack. Your top tower
Ooh,
is
regen?
under attack.
Okay. Thanks, man.
Come.
Your top tower is under attack.
Wow!
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Where do I want to be on the map? I'd like to farm some more. Hey, VS and BH, I'm not with you, just saying. Okay, thanks.
What's that?
I'm not with you. And they're both dead. No, Shadow Blade's not good this game. No, you can't do that, man. Get the top bounty rings, please. Thank you.
Yo, can somebody help me wards up? Like,
Your middle tower is under attack.
Which creeps do I hit? There's too many creeps.
Glock has
Oh shit. Start here.
walk over here. Okay.
Okay, AFK sniper, excuse me? Let's see, I've been part of 12 kills, okay, Bounty Hunter? You've been part of 4? Alright. Shall we repeat these numbers?
He likes to talk trash, like I had it muted. I don't know if he was talking trash about me, so I played with him last game. He fucking lost bottom.
I see.
I lost
Okay.
mid, but he lost bottom. I lost mid, but he also lost bottom, and he was like flaming the whole team. So fuck this.
One of those people.
Yeah.
Like, I've been part of 13 kills, and he's been part of 4, and he's died twice as many times as me, and I have 6 levels in him, you know? Like, what? How do you even talk? How do you do that?
Like, I don't get it. Like, we fine so far. I don't understand why he's crying so much. Like, I don't understand at all.
He thinks
We are
he's a
way
superstar
stronger
in this
than what
game.
they are. I don't know. I mean, for him to be like what, like level 21 on Bounty Hunter, he sucks. I've seen way better Bounty Hunter than Whitehead.
I spotted direct.
I need my fork staff though.
Sure is shooting. This'll hurt. Yes. Shoot him up. Of course.
Don't worry, I also ward for this team.
Yes.
Oh no! I killed this creeping the thingy too early. Walk back.
Yes.
What the fuck are you doing here, Bounty Hunter?
Full bore.
Your Slark.
Yes. On. Yeah. Run and gun. Going ballistic.
Careful sniper with the Slark. Yeah, try to blend.
Yeah. As you say. You die.
I think that's an illusion, to be honest. I'm not sure.
Asher,
Can you kill
huh?
him?
Of course. Face.
Slark's missing, Slark's missing, Slark's missing.
I got the. I.
Use your fight. Oh, there you go.
Oh fuck! Maybe I should have used it earlier.
This all yours, this all yours.
He doesn't have dismember. Swap. Hey, Slark's still running around, okay? Basher Slark. Basher Slark.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Basher Slark. Basher Slark. So I can either go Satanic or I can go Scotty. I think. Sad sniper play. I'm level 20 at 26 minutes. Was anyone even close to me? Amber's kind of close.
Your bottom tower.
You think you're so good, Kishore? It's about the play? Okay. So, do you think that you're better than me?
Yes.
Let me know if you think you're better than me, man. Okay. See you later.
Gunpowder justice.
You guys need to fight with me.
Of course.
I just respawned. You guys are way over there. I was over here. You want me to teleport there? Ah, right. You're just the whiny person. Okay, man.
Yes.
I'm a god compared to you. Let's be real here. Okay, homie.
Knife hunt. Shrapnel.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Maybe I should buy back. Hey, I bought back. Let's fight this. Fight this.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh shit! All right, that's a throw.
Your top tower is under attack.
Monster kill.
You know what? We are so far behind them, eh?
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
No backseat gaming, please.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under
I don't even
attack.
know why I talk to this guy. Participation.
Your top barracks has fallen.
Hey, Bounty Hunter, can you reply to my comment?
Your top barracks has fallen.
And he just sucks. Like he likes to plan and he doesn't understand that he's shit.
Are you gonna say something, man? So you basically have nothing to say, right, Bounty Hunter? Just
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You're 3 and 11. How do you just keep talking, man? You're 3 and 11. You just keep opening your mouth, like you think you're good.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, this is pointless talk, man. Okay, but being 3 and 11 didn't lose us the game, am I right? Fucking retard, Jesus. Anyways, this Slark is so powerful. I need to do something about him. BKB? Should I BKB at this point?
I bet you was looking trash about me before we began, right?
Yeah, no, he's just bad.
Now you can tell why we fucking lost last game.
And for the record, I need defensive items now.
Going ballistic.
Should the 311 beat throw?
Yes.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Attack! Let's have a go at it.
I think we defend high ground. That'll be okay. We fight, like, we lose every single time we fight outside of
Your
base.
middle tower is under attack. tower is under your middle tower has fallen.
Swap me, swap me! Jesus. Oh. You know, if they can dive tier 4s like that, then they deserve to win.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that's over. GG.
Nice try, guys.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle
And my question? Yeah, let's report this bounty hunter. Yeah, I guess so whiny.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You think you caught me?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack.
Oh, I used my fucking Hurricane Pike to save a piece of shit. Oh well, doesn't matter. Want to use your time machine and spend some time to think about the perfect positioning for me, man. Alright, Ferdy, I believe that you're acting smart as well too, right? So, I was standing right by my tier 3s. They dove me to tier 4s. Should I be standing in the fountain? I mean, you knew exactly what was going to happen before it happened, right, Ferdy? Jesus fucking Christ. Anyways, this game is a hard sniper game, guys. So look at this pick order, okay? So I was 6th pick of the game. By the time I had picked sniper, they had Pudge, my sniper counter. They had Tusk, another really hard sniper counter. And they had Shadow Shaman, which is, if he gets Ether Lens, is a pretty strong sniper counter. So it was already a bad sniper pick, but I'm playing sniper because it was a donation game. Penguin game? Okay. Let's do it. Oh yeah, let's report this bounty hunter. Right about him. There we go. This guy is extremely toxic. Hey BH, I just reported you with comms. Reported you for comms abuse with comments. Copy paste this. This guy, like, he can't just behave that way. Alright, let's play some Painkiller.
Your turn to ban.
Let's ban Bloodseeker so that they can't counter me.
5 seconds remaining.
Mark, did you know that a lot of your comments are the most obvious shit I have ever seen in my life? I know, right, Paratosh? I literally just typed that comment. No, the smart guy, he comes into the stream all the time and he just makes like the most obvious comments I have ever heard in my life. Like, what was his comment earlier? He's like, play ranked games, don't tilt, GG, easy win. That's what he said. And I'm just thinking to myself, someone made a comment like I think 1 or 2 months ago, and they said, what did they say? Hey Bluespan, when you fight Ricky, you should buy Dust. And I thought to myself the exact same thing. I'm like, which is why I made the comment to him earlier. I was like, hey Mark, if you don't want a shitty asshole, you should wipe your asshole after you shit. You see where we're going here, Mark? Man, come on, just goddamn. I know you want to act like you're really smart, but you just keep saying the most obvious shit I have ever seen in my life. Anti-mage for a donation. Captain Obvious and did. Okay. Alright, this. My questions, sir? Yeah, anyways, there's that expression, right, guys? Better to be quiet and thought of as a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Your turn to pick.
I can't tell if I'm the 4 or he's the 4. And this Rick Gaming. Hi, Ale. Hi, David. Or Gerald? Gerald or Harold? It says your name is David. LA 7K, dude. Hey! Good job, Satrio. See, man, when you fucking say stupid shit and you lie, people remember. So, for the rest of your life, try not to lie. Safe and carry. 7K is not 7.8K. So by that logic, so 7.8K equals 8K, or 7.8K equals 9K, or 6K? Damn, man, you're a smart guy. PC specs and description of stream? Thanks, Lulu.
Ready for anything, and aim anything. To the task attack.
Prepare for battle.
I cannot refuse.
Where did I put my snake skin?
It's in the bag.
Because this one, my friends, is in it.
Yes.
Hey, yes, Pango, did you report that bounty hunter last night?
Oh yeah, man, for sure.
Oui.
I just want to ask you something. Are we sharing farm here, or what's the plan?
I'll let you choose, man. Okay.
I'll say both of us. I don't give a fuck.
Okay. Okay.
We can share. It's fine.
Nah, you know what? Okay, I'll choose. Okay, you farm. You farm. I'm okay with that.
I'm gonna be wandering after a while, so yeah. I'll see.
Yes, yes. A worthy cause.
What a great ignite. So much follow-up damage.
An excellent choice.
Make sure to get a stick. Can you get that?
Try.
The battle begins.
Hey, I wasn't looking. It's conceivable.
What a gank.
Fear not. Moving. Right.
Hey Ricky, if you block their creeps, the first wave, it usually goes into their tower. I thought you had to do it.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Of course I'm right, motherfucker.
For the effort. Where does this lead?
Let's share. I won't be able to farm myself. He's just sit behind me. So if you want.
I think not. To be sure. Sure. We're there. Mm-hmm. There's more to this. Points away.
Where'd that fucking Ferdy guy from earlier go?
Uh-huh. And amazing.
Hey man, got a solution yet?
With swift blade.
Remember you were criticizing my bad sniper positioning, right? So with your time machine, did you figure it out?
You know
They suck. I'm telling you that.
Yep.
They fucking suck.
Yep.
You take that. Or I'll take it. I don't give a fuck. Whoever wants.
Okay.
At your disposal.
You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. You go farm.
Okay,
I'll
okay,
take it.
okay. Sure, man.
You have trouble now.
Once I take it, I think we can get a kill.
Okay.
Double damage. Something good this time.
Weaver.
Alright.
Prepare yourself.
Ooh, nice.
Spectacular.
Thank you. Isn't Sammy the Pudge from previous game? Pretty sure it is.
Careful, hang on. Have the damage.
He what? What did he say? I don't know what he said.
We can get him.
Is there any doubt? Rest assured.
There.
Yes. Ricky, how long have you been here? Yeah.
I have been over there, so keep that in mind.
To pull the shit.
Hold my wineskin. Yes.
Yo, do so.
An honorable path.
Take this, take this.
Okay.
Time at last.
I just don't want it to be on like, you know, like 0 gold. We can get him.
Okay.
Set a challenge.
Yep, he's it. Oh fuck.
I like where this is going.
I'm not with you, by the way.
Now things get in. Where does this lead?
Runes.
I'm worth
Didn't get
so
those
much more.
Yeah, runes. Top. I think we were 2 then, so.
Oh, Jesus, man. We got Alchemist too.
excellent choice. I know. Ha! I'm under attack. Okay.
What's Ricky doing? He's just standing there.
Sure. Go.
Not enough range. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Radiant structures are fortified.
To be sure. Now you've done it.
Fine. I can gank the Spear Breaker and then die. Oh shit.
Not of course.
I'm gonna go with Shrine.
Let's get to the point.
Okay, never mind.
I gave you Tangus.
Oh, Gabriel.
Yes. Forward. What's this?
Okay.
An honorable path.
Man, this guy's very fair, huh? He's very fair and very...
Time at last.
Very fair.
Oui. It's ready. The danger. She is this way. Yes, yes.
Hey, Ricky, I'm going top.
It is a good day to die.
Yeah, I have mana boots, you too.
At your disposal. Avec aplomb.
You roam, Ricky? No, I roam.
Something good this time.
Over bottom.
Is that a challenge?
That's really annoying. Oof.
They place a sentry here. Try to reward it.
Racing, we can kill this void. Dude.
Is there any doubt?
I got the sentry though. Oh, he blazed another one.
What the fuck? I missed! I'm gonna cast a spell. Oh, yeah. I only have spell. That's 6 now.
Three bottom.
Okay. I don't really want to work with this Wraith King anymore. I think I'm done here.
A worthy cause.
Come on, Dusa. We scared taking this guy. Don't worry about that, I got this. Don't worry, homies. I got this.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I like where this is going. You know I will. There's more to do.
Oh wait, I can get these runes.
Yes.
Saka. What? So what?
To the task at hand.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Oh my god, this guy dodged me so good. Can't hit him. Too good at dodging.
Was that intentional? It looked intentional. We're there.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
What the? Are you serious? What's wrong with this guy?
Your middle tower is under attack.
He's tilted or some shit. Oh my god.
That's what you get for
Okay, literally, like question mark.
The danger. She is this way.
Excuse me, who's 1k MMR?
Bottom's missing.
This is respectful, sir.
It's conceivable. A bright future awaits. Time at last. Coup de grâce. There's more to this.
Raiding the stream with people soon.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh yeah? I think he's beating.
Now's the time, old boy.
I'm 900 MMR. Hang up. Do you want to get banned, man? Do you think you're good or something?
Are fortified.
What's wrong with that guy?
Sure. We're fine.
Just joking, bro. Ho, 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 ho.
Honorable.
He's gonna raid me with his massive 45 subscribers.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
To be dead on the dotted line. Pocket money. Yes.
I think he got mad at fucking Weaver last season. Oh, we can get Optimus.
No, I don't know. No. We can't do this, Ricky. Get out.
Challenge. Kill him on both feet. Optimus, I'm in. Oh, you get that and we kill him with that from way.
I don't have mana.
Oh, fuck. Just get it. Go. He's hidden.
It's not even fun, man.
We can get Void. Silence.
One for the serpent. At your disposal.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So NTF, you're gonna raid with like 2 of your friends or something like that?
The enemy's top tower is fallen.
So, like, how many viewers do I have now? So I probably have like what, close to 300 viewers now. So it'll go something from 300 viewers to 305 viewers. Hey man, if you got a lot of people, let me know. He's ruining this game.
I mean, you didn't get like his, but you got killed. So.
Yeah, I know, right?
Can we get bottom? Oh, never mind.
What the? Oh, there's a little thingy right here. Didn't know that. So how many people are gonna come with your raid there, NTF?
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
We just fine. Can you fucking end top? Like,
The danger. Use this way. Precious bounty.
Okay, 6 versus 4.
Something good this time.
The enemy's middle
Oh,
tower
Briley
has
12, weren't you acting really smart either too?
A worthy call.
That was you. 10 people? Okay. Well, thanks, man.
I
They
like
spam a lot? Okay, well. If they spam a lot, they're all gonna get banned.
Mm-hmm. Rest assured. Uh-huh. Haste. I know.
His friends might be behind him this time though.
Okay.
Come on, man. Just feed me over here, away from your base. Just a
Points
little bit.
away. Fear not.
I'm scared, guys. You serious about this? Oh, debated.
Such technique. You lose space and life.
Great, Alex. Don't bully the kid who's gonna raid my stream. The quote-unquote raid me. It's just that when you say you're gonna raid me, it sounded like something significant, but I mean, I suppose 10 is significant.
yo, Pango. That's pretty break used the same fucking clutch last game. I think.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, it was pretty bad last game, man. So his is.
Oh yeah. What should I buy with 3,500 gold? How much is a heart? 5,200.
Yes.
Oh, I guess I got a Maelstrom now.
This is redundant.
Watch this time for the kill.
Alchemist, so I mean, it's still not over yet.
Ah, yes. That's nice. We're there.
Oh man, I gotta pee again. Fuck. Hey, I'm coming here too. Oh, okay.
Right.
Oh my god.
Alchemy? No, my friends. Merely humble swordplay. Where does this lead?
Does he have the fucking travel boots? I didn't really check.
This game is just it's not particularly fun. Well, sorry about your Pangolier game, Silvio.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I may have overstayed.
Dire structures fortified.
Where does this lead?
Oh no, I should press Q. Hey, I'll be back in 1 minute, guys. Gonna go to the bathroom.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Will not catch me off guard again.
Death's bounty. Illusion.
Oh, I might have.
Who needs finesse?
No, we could lose this game for sure. We play too overconfidently.
Something good this time.
Wow.
Yes.
That is a very fast reaction time. Oh my god, I missed! Doesn't matter.
Your middle tower
Oof.
is under attack.
That guy's really slow.
The
This
enemy's
reaction time.
bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Thank you, thank you, thank
To be sure.
you. You know, I haven't used the
The enemy's bottom
2-second shield
has
crash
fallen.
CD in bowling. I've never gotten this talent. It's probably not good, but we're gonna get it just because one of those games. Yeah.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
There's more to see.
Oh, super diving. You want me, don't you?
Where fools fail, death is sure to fall.
No one banned any fucking raiders, man. No one even got banned in the last, like, what, 5 minutes? Yeah, exactly, Haku.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Ricky, no! Ricky!
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks.
Alright, NTF. I'm pretty sure we've all come to the conclusion that you're an attention-seeking idiot. You know, basically what you did earlier about raiding and all that stuff, it's kind of funny, okay, man? And here's why it's funny, okay? You guys ready for my example? Now I'm not. Before I begin with this example, I thought about it just now while I was taking a piss. Okay, I'm not trying to sound arrogant, okay? And I'm using examples that make it very clear. Okay? It's kind of like this.
I mean, they're not defending. The only guy defending here is Ogre. I don't know why. We can just admit.
So a guy goes up to Bill Gates, right? And he shakes his hand. I am Bill Gates, okay? And he shakes his hand, and you know, he's like, Bill Gates, I I am going to make a donation to your charity foundation. And Bill Gates is like, okay, sounds good, man. Thank you so much for your generosity. And then the guy, and Bill Gates is like, how much is the donation? And he's like, $5. Bam.
Yes.
And you, where the fuck are my sound effects?
Rest assured.
Basically, no one gives a shit.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Wow. Thank you. Boring indeed.
And his name is John C.
Oh, Spearbreaker. This guy just started feeding a high-speed charge. Actually, I know what your problem is, NTF. Meister commended you. We actually have a comic for people like you, and it's just so funny that you just said that. But basically, you're this kind of person in the stream. Okay, let's play some more games. Are you gonna make a donation or just continue to beg and demand? Hey Andre, I want this to be the last time we have this conversation, okay? So, I mean, you've already requested things twice, and I calmly and politely said to you, okay man, if you would like to make a hero request or some kind of demand, would you like to make a donation? And then you didn't reply. So now this is going to be the third time that I personally have said this to you. So can this be the last time we have this conversation? Hello, Paolo. Yes, you did, Alex. Good job. Oh, listening comprehension is so damn hard. It's okay, I understand most of you guys don't speak English natively. But if you do, you should learn to fucking listen a little bit more. Hey Rehan Kaz, Ali is on my side. He's sharing my frustrations with me. Wraith King, your listening sucks. How's the weather? Sunny. Very sunny outside. It's okay, Rehan. Misunderstanding. Ricky commended me? Oh yeah, right. That's not Wraith King. Yes, it is. WK is Wraith King. We're in a Dota 2 stream. And, I mean, what else would WK means? What else would Wraith King, I mean, WK mean, right? WK. WK. Wraith King. I don't know why Indonesian people, they love Wraith King. They always spam WK. Morning, Johnny. Yeah, Indonesian people love Wraith King. McLovin! Holy shit, this guy has 4,749 wins.
Your turn.
Everyone wants to play mid. There's 3 people put their icon mid. Roll!
5 seconds remaining.
Fuck! Lowest roll. lowest roll. Wow, everyone rolled very close. And I rolled the smallest. See, I want to play techies? There's no Ricky skin on my Smurf. Under 2k MMR. Hey Palawan, who are you talking about? Who's under 2k?
Your turn to pick.
Let's type this guy. Let's type it out for this guy.
Your turn to pick.
Who's under 2k MMR? Oh fuck, we have techies and Roper. This game's gonna go on for a while. What's the plan today, Johnny? Good job, Tundra. Yeah, I fucking trolled you the whole time, buddy. Hello, Levi. So everyone who wants to see me play Wraith King is under 2k MMR? Did anyone tell me to play Wraith King? I guess you're talking about all the Indonesian people. Oh shit. Oh shit. A lot of trash talk. Allergies?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Let's do it, techies. We got this, bro. Hey, Johan, you know Johnny's a doctor, right? I mean, your advice is not wrong. Hey, Johnny, breathe through your asshole. Thank you, Daraj. Yeah, no, Johnny, you know, he's Johnny's a doctor. His graduation ceremony is in about 4 weeks. In fact, residency next year, Johnny? Huh?
Your turn to pick.
McLovin. Come on, yeah, buy this one too. Come on, buy this one. Damn it. Do I have to be a specific hero to be able to kill your own creeps, or what do I have to do? You don't know how to deny Levy? Is that what you're saying? Gyngam, you want to get MMR? Watch your replays, man.
Prepare for battle.
Lightning.
Alright, techies, let's fuck this shit up. Terrorist mastermind. Yeet.
Hi hi.
Okay, Levy, by default you press A and then you click on the creep. Once it is half HP or lower.
Here I come.
Okay. Hey, maybe oh fuck, you already got that ability.
You got it.
I was hoping that you would get proximity mines.
Forward.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, you know, generally I get blast off, but with Pudge, you know, you put down like 3 proximity mines. Oh shit.
Welcome to the secret.
You're okay, bud. Run! Damn it, techies. There are like 4 top guys. Get the bottom runes. What are you doing?
The battle begins.
Oh my god.
Look at all that, mate. Just
Oh
like
shit.
the
Oh my goodness.
Good idea. First blood. An offering worthy of the House of Ernest. Yeah. Yes.
Oh yes.
Coming through.
So these guys are fighting for farm. Or are they?
We need help top.
Nah, we're gonna be just fine.
We're gonna need help, dude.
We're gonna be just fine.
Sharp.
Hey, Hutch! Give us a hand. We'll cook your dinner for you.
Right to it.
Bam!
Forward.
These guys, I think they're trying to pull, but they're not very good at pulling, huh?
Oh, choppers are looking sharp. Get some.
Let's start putting down those proximity mines, sir.
Good idea.
Anywhere you like.
It's only level 1, dude, so I can do.
That's fine. I mean, your mana's not really going to use, right?
Here I come.
Okay, they must have a ward. I'm gonna let us sell that.
You got it. Whatever. Yes. Denied. Right to it.
Yeah, I think you put it in the trees, so I get really confused.
Have it on mid.
Clear the chopping block.
Okay, take it right.
Yeah. Fresh chop.
Ooh, I get to farm as Pudge.
Smell the fresh air. Some stuff. Nice and stuff. Uh-huh.
Come on, take this.
Hi, hi. Head now.
Oh, I did not need to eat that Tanguettle?
Illusion!
Oh my god.
Coming through.
Oh my goodness. I'm okay, I have wand. Oh, damn it.
Yes. Waiting in. Time for a little victory. Cut them a chase. Hook them. Pustules. Under attack.
Get on behind.
Oh shit.
Cut off.
You got it.
Oh. That's pretty good.
Your top tower is under attack.
Item do I
More
want?
stands.
I don't really want any particular item, so what should I want? Let's buy a wand. Should I buy a wand?
Yes.
Oh, you wanna?
Head now.
Gotcha, buddy. I gotcha.
Abaddon still missed.
I'll bring the sword to the land.
This guy's not. This guy's pretty chill. A little too chill. I need a more crazy techies vibe.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my next level, dude. I'm so close.
Oh, yes. Fill your lungs up. Lightning.
Yeah, you push that lane, Jug.
Forward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Right to it. Whatever. Your mincemeat now. Yeah. Good idea.
Ah! Oh, what an idiot! He can spit.
It's cleaver time.
He got hit by both of my body. That's what.
Oh. Some more mines for me. We're so powerful now. Oh, and I have mana boots. Actually, do I want mana boots? I don't know.
Right.
Oh wow.
Get over it.
Got him. No, don't kill Pudge. No. Thank you, thank you. Easy hook. Oh shit, I don't have hook yet, techies.
What's that, mate? Lightning.
You know what, I can just run up. Hey, you know what, how about you just put a...
Just run up and eat him.
Go look for drow
wait.
apparition.
Eat him on.
I will.
I don't have mana.
To punch. Coming, Fred.
Oh man, why do you run this way? Jesus. Yo, look at this Jug here.
Mid.
Eating. Nice. Want a shrine, man? Shrine
Yeah,
techies.
let's do that.
Oh, hello, snail poop.
Head now.
Gotta get that.
40 seconds to bounty.
Flesh sheep.
Yep.
Yo, I can hook this guy. Techies, come. He's too fast. That's okay. Okay.
Right.
Oh, those runes.
Shit, he got one of our runes. I'm gonna try to get that. Oh, he got two. Fuck.
Wah wah.
My waters rise.
You want farm, Jug? You want farm? Get fucking healing word, bitch.
Easy hook right here, he'll die.
Yes, sir.
600 damage mod.
Though he could just spin if he knew how to use it.
Oh, that's true, yeah, he was.
Jug getting no farm. Rouse 4? Holy shit.
Forward. You see my right hook.
You just eat all suicide.
You ready? Oh.
Oh,
I don't think he has Omni Slash either.
Yeah. That'll stop your eat, right?
Yes, it will. What a sucker. What did we just eat a bad in?
You're a loser. Get over
Good job, Invoker. Oh, I have so much monies.
Get a blink.
Yeah, alright.
Maybe that early urn would be good too.
Too late.
Chop chop.
Good job. Hey, let's see, you have not that much mana. Okay.
Here I come.
So I think
there's a fat stack right here. Huge stack.
Okay, you know what? Maybe we can do a.
Yeah, I do a lot of damage to that. It's alright after this next one.
Good idea.
I'm just eat
Enemy's
this guy. You ready?
bottom tower has fallen.
Wah wah. Oh, we fucked that shit up. Good job, eh? Yeah, you fucked.
No ulti on drip. Okay, I'm gonna put a mine right
Oh,
here.
snow food.
This time, you better pick a winner, Alex D. Big Love Boo, and give Tina a snack. PLZ.
We got tranquils.
Okay, Alex, you're picking the next hero.
You wanna buy some tranquils on the courier? Because I'm gonna send.
Nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm gonna blink at this guy. I'm gonna blink at this
Where'd the stack go? Oh, he took the whole
let's do Juggernaut.
stack.
Let's do
Jesus,
Juggernaut.
how cute.
Come on, man.
Go, go, go.
Oh shit! When did he get that ability again? You got him. Kill him. Oh shit.
Oh, what?
Oh no.
They have a war here or what? How'd they see that shit?
Nah, it might just be a coincidence. But, you know, I'm gonna buy a sentry just in case.
That Jug just caught up with that stack. Huge.
Yeah, now he's level 10.
Your top tower is under attack.
HOD may be better. HOD? Helmet Dominator is better than Blink Dagger? Is that what you're implying? Oh, fuck.
It's cleaver time. Let's get
Wait. Oh shit, there's an alchemist here.
God damn.
You got anything for me? No. Oh, suddenly alchemist.
The Jug was spinning on me. I had to run.
Okay, man. Hood of Defiance? Oh, fuck that. Nah, definitely not Hood of Defiance. You know Pudge naturally has 14 health regen with level 4 flesh shield.
Oh, the Alchemist took the stack, I think. Did he?
We have Alchemist problems. You know what, techies? Good luck in that lane. I'm gonna roam.
Yes.
JT, I'm coming back up. Get him. Got him. Good job, everyone. Do I have an increased Zen level today? I'm playing Pudge Techies, man, on a Smurf.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
This ain't no mortal ranked games where I give a shit, yeah? Don't have to care.
There's an observer at mid, you guys see that?
Yes. Yeah, it's Omni Slash, man. Oh no.
Fuck!
I think he might have Omni Slash.
Why is this going fucking... Oh, this happened.
It all worked out in the end.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
You guys have Abaddon surrounded.
Oh, do we? Where is he?
Wow! Oh, must have TP'd, I don't know.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Somebody here. Good job.
Head now.
Oh, look at this guy. Oh god. Fucking disaster. Oh shit. Maybe I didn't use my abilities in the correct order. Anybody? I can blink again. Oh yeah, baby, good job. Sometimes you just don't hook and they get really scared and they start running around in really weird patterns to try to dodge your hook.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Coming through. Right to it. Smell the thing.
Sunstrike Invoker? Ooh. Oh. Oh my god, I can't do shit. Oh man, suddenly Alchemist again. QQW!
ill-gotten gains.
Alchemist is the biggest problem.
Look, you're gonna get that urn.
You know what
So
else
something
will
really
save me? Heart of Tarask. AC, BKB, Scotty. Just because you see me die to Alchemist here does not mean I need Hood of Defiance, dude. Okay? You need to understand that.
Coming. Keep
And also,
going.
stop
I'll break
maxi
your
gaming,
tree
man. Yeah, I'm coming too. I have Ether Lens Blink. Ready with Sunstrike?
Oh no, what a blink.
Ah! Here. Power!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Right.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Coming through.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Jesus.
Oops. Corny.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hi.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Nice and sharp.
What the fuck? Okay. Alright, I'll buy Iron. What's that shit? Just stop back to the game.
What you get if you melted apparition down?
I'm not really interested in more survivability, guys. Pudge, like, think about it this way. I have 2.2k HP, right? In a team fight, do people really want to kill the Pudge first? Nope. And most of their damage is what, like, Alchemist's right clicks, Drow's right clicks, Juggernaut's right clicks. Like, I'm not gonna buy Hood of Defiance to counter a support Abaddon and a support Necrophos. It's just not worth my time.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
If anything, I need more armor.
Waiting in.
Oh, first item 4 staff, interesting.
Yep. Feel the lungs. Yeah. It's on. Yes.
Sure, man.
Forward.
Thank you, Hitesh.
Yes.
I hope this Morphling can cure. I mean, his farm is pretty good so far, so. Yeah, Snail Poop, you sent me a link on Discord, right? And I watched it and I replied to you also on Discord. Yeah, no, I sent you a message, but you didn't reply to me. 25-minute runes. Damn, dude.
Good idea. Lovely. Yes.
Invoker Sunstrike bottom.
Yes. Crush me.
Thank you.
Pair of pain. Here I come.
Oh Jesus. Dude, I don't know why he doesn't waveform. Like, does he not have waveform?
Got it.
It's okay, Snow. But yeah, that was a pretty funny song.
Right.
Oh shit. Is that the real alchemist? Yeah, I'm coming.
Fresh top.
Yeah, get on this guy. Good job.
The last of me.
Fucking piece of shit alchemist.
Clear the chopping block. Coming through.
You ready? He has Omni Slash, okay?
Chopping block time. And now.
Thanks, man.
So close to ad.
Hey, can anyone top?
Clear the chopping block. Smell refreshing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ah! I was just about to eat him! Oh, no! Ah, god damn it. Make him away, Morphling! I suppose it's worth it. Morphling didn't have any cooldowns. I mean, Drow didn't have any cooldowns to, silence Morphling with. Do you understand what I said to you earlier? Let's get this spirit missile. Huh. Yeah, I agree with Hitesh. Thank you.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your
MMR
bottom tower
5.7K?
is under attack.
Chin chopper, chin chopper.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You won't feel the pain.
Okay, okay, there we go.
They will know. That was a bad idea.
Nah, it's gonna be fine, man.
Your song has fallen to the radiant. Your middle tower is under attack.
Does 2 Ethereal Blades stack the magical damage? Not the amplification, no. I need another item.
Waiting in.
It's okay, Satriel. Just, you know. Everyone has their ideas on how to play Dota 2. Yeah, that's fine.
I think your eyebrow's growing back.
Hey, Hawk, what did he say after I told him to make a donation? This guy soloing the team by himself? Guys, Morphling is, What the? Fucking illusions on me. Oh. Go, click him. No! I keep getting these fucking Windows notifications at the bottom right of my screen for fucking Reddit bullshit. Oh. You guys any get any of that? I'm playing games now and I get these notifications, dude.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, spin, dude.
Yes.
Don't give a fucking shit about these.
Look to this cliff.
Let's get
Eat. Have suicide.
Go, 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 go! Holy shit!
What?
Oh my god!
What?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh my god! No! 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 Wow, dude, that Mantis style was perfect.
Yeah, can't believe it.
No, God!
Indeed.
No!
Oh, this might be your chance that Kisi's gonna back up.
No! No!
Oh.
Nah, they know it. They know it's
Are you sure they know that?
Yeah, they know.
Oh, okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
I need a button. I need a button, you guys. Stream decks.
Your middle tower is under attack.
YouTube.
Your middle tower has fallen.
No backseat gaming.
Wow. Nice.
No backseat gaming, please.
Your top tower is
Telling Blue Span what to do. Thank you.
Your top tower is under attack.
Okay, Lulu, thanks for the advice later. I need another item. I will deal with bottom.
Fill your lungs up. Forward.
Oh, Sam.
Right. Cut the chase.
I'm getting E-Blade.
Coming through.
Oh my god, you fuck! You fucking shit! What? Oh shit.
There shall be shelter.
No! Fuck, dude. God damn it, man. Just bought back for nothing.
Catapult's gonna take our tower. Get the catapult.
No, it won't.
0 HP, guys.
Don't deny it. Fucking alchemist, man. Okay. Don't deny. You can take our shrines if you do.
Here I come.
Get ready, techies.
Wait for Necker to pick up that rune. Wait for him. Wait,
Oh yeah, I'm waiting. Oh yeah, I'm so wait. I'm waiting.
Fuck, he knows.
Why don't I just jump on him right now? You ready?
Yeah.
Bigger bites. Heading out.
Well, that was certainly a cataclysm. Man, I'm so excited for this E-Blade. E-Blade Dismember for 6 seconds. Oh my goodness. I might even be able to kill the Alchemist. Orphan's safe, yes.
Wow. I can't put my mind in real. Oh. Oh shit.
Fair play. Oh, shit. I wonder they knew. Get back, man. Get back.
Failure is just another kind of success.
Let's get out of here, man.
Oh. Oh shit.
Alright, E-Blade.
I think I was dead.
The real one? Jesus. Man, this bed screws me so hard. It's okay, Techie's got this. Get ready to deny the tower if they get too close. Pew 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 pew.
Oh fuck. He's an echo.
Can I guess what your favorite is? Is it to subscribe to your channel? Hey guys, I just need 10 more subscribers. It's my mom's birthday. Wouldn't be the first time I've heard that. So how much does my ultimate actually do? Strength multiplier 0.9. And I have 179 strength. It's a lot of damage. It's your mom's birthday in the month, Lulu? Is your mom me?
Your top tower has fallen.
Bye-bye.
Necrophos bottom.
Right.
Oh, where the fuck does this guy go? Oh, this is somewhere around here.
Yes.
I have 6-second dismember, okay, AA, Invoker.
Right to it.
There's a stack of ancients here.
Waiting in.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
What the fuck? There's 4 illusions.
Whatever. Right. Go. Yeah. Heading out. More lock.
You want this rune?
Coming through. Forward. Oh yes.
Might be fake. Might be fake.
Oh yeah, I think it's Manta.
Yeah, it's Manta. He's trying to bait it. No, 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 no. The real one's right here.
There's sentry there.
Care. Shit. Watch these mindsets. Oh no, wasn't that the real Jug? We lost. Yeah, that's GG.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
What the fuck?
You might have lost me.
Yeah.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks.
What the?
Oh, wrong way, no.
Damn it, techies!
Oh, what? I was facing the wrong way.
Yeah, you were.
Oh, it's kind of over anyway.
Fuck, I just need a little bit more gold.
Tower has fallen.
Not that it makes a difference.
They have no creeps, which is cool. Keep the creeps out. Kill the creep.
Yeah. Good ban, Johnny. I was about to ban him myself. Hey, since you're no longer able to talk, let me tell you how, what people think about you in the stream for your brief, what was it, 3 minutes here? So you come in here, you beg for a favor that no one had any interest in doing. There's probably subscribers. Second of all, you started hitting on all the girls in here who, by the way, none of them are interested in you whatsoever at all. And you think that you're charming and whatever. But no, man, no, you just sound like a douchebag right away. And then third of all, then you just trash talk my build, man, like as if you were better than me. Do you even know why I built the items that I built? Probably not, right? Anyways, you can't talk anymore, but try not to act like a piece of shit in other streams. Oh, Alex, what hero did you want again? Didn't we already talk about this? Didn't you? Hey, no time on. Didn't you already beg for parties yesterday? Yeah, Alex. I guess you don't know this, but Snail Poop donated so that you could choose a hero. Do you want to go ahead and choose the hero? It's okay, no time on, but just listen next time, okay? So we don't have to repeat conversations. Sure, Mohammed, I can show you my memoir on the Smurf. There you go. Do I use internet stabilizer? I don't even know what that means. When is my birthday? In about a month, Devraj. There is a lag between your sound and the chat. Maybe it is from my side. Does anybody agree? Does anybody else have sound lag? Saranga, don't make me repeat myself a third time. Hello, Ashan.
Your turn to ban.
Slark, okay.
5 seconds remaining.
There's Bloodseeker.
Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Have you ever heard the expression, beggars can't be choosers? Sorry, man, it's just, you know, I'm running a business here. Canadian visa? Ooh, where are you gonna visit, Devraj? I'm gonna third phase pick, I believe.
5
Am I
seconds
playing solo?
remaining.
Yes.
Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Can I? Okay, good. Now we have draw. Jay, fuck this game. Hey, Jay. We memeing now. You live 30 minutes from Toronto? Oh, cool. Well, I'll let you know when I go to Toronto. Should be sometime later this year. Pick, motherfuckers! Pick!
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Oh my god, get a room, you two. Phoenix? Is that 3 Phoenix or is that 3 Venomancer? You were waiting for that, were you, AJ? Well played, sir. Hey guys, you know what might be a really good item scheme? Mjolnir. Mjolnir might be good. Did I get Mjolnir? Oh yeah, Vancouver's very far to Raj. Yeah, glad you like the items, Andrej.
If I'd known I'd end
No, this is an exciting item build, is how I would describe it.
In case you're wondering, it's in the
Prepare
bag.
for battle.
Say hey for Canada.
Wiggle, wiggle, little fish.
It is in the bag.
After him.
Wait a minute, they're letting him pause. Are you serious? They're actually letting him pause? Oh my goodness. Wrong button. They're letting him pause. Is this Dota 2?
May the drow keep you safe.
No, Indonesia. Canada.
You can't run from the
Okay, so you demand that I say hello to your country. But when I ask you to say hello to my country, you're like, no. Okay. Gotcha. You know what that smells like? Smells like entitlement, guys. If you don't know this word, look it up in the dictionary.
30 seconds to battle.
You're mine now.
Come on, Shadow Shaman. They have 3 top.
It's a beat.
Grab ours.
Stay out of my way and maybe you won't get hurt. But I doubt it. Alright.
Can't type.
Go on.
You stand here and click him as he comes, Shadow Shaman. It's gonna hurt him lots.
Yeah. Nice one. You sure?
Hey, you're going too deep, man.
Don't get caught. Fish fingers. Over here.
He was going for the range creep, didn't get it.
First blood. First blood. Come on, got jizz on my chins.
I got jizz on my chin.
How does it feel?
It's warm.
Did you like it?
Come on. I won't hurt you.
I have to try it a few more times.
Right. Here, fishy, fishy.
Okay, Earthshaker, it's time to go.
Here. All part of the plan. Don't mind if I do. Hello.
Oh, he knows how to pull. It's great.
Careful. Right. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, I have pants.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, exciting item build, you know? This is why I went boosters. Thank you.
Your middle tower is under
Oh, this wave's
attack.
too big. It's too big. so big.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I got this one.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. This thing is. There's no escape. Go on.
I got this.
You took the bait. Alright. Go on.
Oh man, I have my wand. Oops. Oh, at least I'll be full HP when I come back.
Escaping death is easy when you've broken out of Dark Reef. All part of the plan. Over here. Careful. Give it here. Yeah. Right through here. I see it.
Miss it, Budge.
Hey, Shadow Shaman, you're too far. I can't help you.
With a little fish.
Fortune's changed.
Yeah.
Called it.
I got this one.
Oh, I remember playing this guy.
Come on. Don't get caught. Yeah, fishy. That's right.
I'm gonna shrine real quick, Shadow Shaman.
More like it. Psst, this way. You sure?
This Baden is the most annoying.
Right.
I need to fuck his shit up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Right. You're bound. I'm under attack. After him.
Hold down.
It's a
No.
beat down. That's right. Don't get caught. Yeah.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Come on. I won't hurt you.
Reclaim Philoppanus.
There's no escape.
Nice job.
Your middle tower
How many
is under
stats?
attack.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, about to hit 6. Things gonna get real
Nice
easy.
rotation.
Anywhere but here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You sure?
Dire structures are fortified.
Nice one.
Yeah. Wait. Maybe they'll come back up.
Good.
Broken rat them like this. Oh, I don't have pounds. Look at that. Oh, my bad, dude. That was really bad pounds. Good job.
The shades demand flesh. Psst, this way.
He is coming to the bottom. He's coming through the jungle.
Right through here.
Okay. Give me some mana. Please.
Okay.
Yeah. Gonna pull this. Oh, what?
Careful. Yeah. Oh, this is all part of the plan. Right. Go on. You're mine now. Anywhere but here. Lend me a thing? More like it. Come on. Yeah.
Three bottom.
Try. Careful.
10-minute runes.
You sure? I deserve
Shit.
You get Slark?
Yeah.
this way. More like it. All
Haste.
the plan.
Jesus
For
Christ.
this. Which one's real? This one?
Kill Baden, please. There's a Baden, like, in between all four of us.
Okay.
Over here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Watch out, I'm stacking. Watch out. No. Thank you.
Okay. He has Echo Slam this time though, so just be a little careful. Hex first.
Get caught. Come on. You're bound. Right back.
Oh, got him.
Good
job, buddy.
mess in no time.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I'll take that. Oh, hello.
Yeah, I should have used Dark Pact, so I didn't have to be
I
stunned
see.
there.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Right. Okay.
I'm on my way.
Get it up. Now you're
Your top tower is under attack.
We maybe get one more. Abaddon doesn't have ult yet.
Your top tower has
I
fallen.
got silence too. Nice.
That's right.
Fuck.
Okay.
Your middle
He's got
tower
6 now.
is under
Got this
attack.
one.
3 seconds. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 2. 1.
Right through here.
See you later.
Nice.
They have a ward here. Or do they?
You sure?
No.
Right.
Another triumph.
Go on. Wiggle, wiggle, little fish. Go on. Dark meat rising good. Oh. Yeah. All right. The plan. Right. Yeah.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
This way.
Alright, I'm coming.
Over here. Yeah.
You want to go mid?
Don't get caught.
What the fucking passing, dude?
You'll have to do better than that. You were too
Nice
noisy to live.
Nice one.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Ja 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 ja.
Your turn. Go on.
Take good. What is he saying, Johnny? What does that even mean? Take good. Let's get these runes. 15 mana runes. I will grab the bottom ones.
That's right. Take that.
Interesting egg. Take heed? Oh, is that what he's saying?
Here, fishy, fishy. Gold for me.
I have really poor ears, so I thought it was take weed. Or tech keys.
I see it.
I need a TP, man. I don't need a TP, I just waste TP.
You'll have
Holy
to do
sure.
better than that.
Yeah. Now my shiv is nice and sharp.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Anywhere but here. All hold the plan. You sure?
Well, what?
Yeah. Over here.
Haste.
Keep going, bud. I'm there with you.
Alright. Oh fuck. Oh no, my shadow dance.
Drow with one less enemy now.
Good thing you got haste. Why don't I use Q of Pounds? I mean, I did just now, did I not? Hi, Eunice. What item should I get next? What item do I get next?
Get out of here. Back up.
Okay.
Let me out of here.
I'm gonna go bot.
Nice one. Alright.
Oh shit. Phoenix, come. I don't have pounds as a thing.
This way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Now you're talking. There's no escape.
Pretty low Shadow Shaman, so just...
Go on.
The
Okay, I'm
enemy's
here.
bottom tower has fallen.
No. When you put down wards, pay attention to my shadow region.
More like it. Right. Right.
I think they know, or they don't.
Come on, man! Where the fuck is the gust?
Wow, that was extremely lame. I might be dead though.
You're fine.
Your top tower is under attack.
Seriously, man? I just trust him. Do you? Oh, man, I just don't even know what to say about that one.
Nice.
That's right. Right. Invisibility. Right.
The Drow come towards TB.
Don't get caught.
What's up?
Come on, man. What the stop wasting my time, dude.
Gotcha. I won't hurt you.
I'm actually kind of done with this Drow.
Get Earthshaker, bud.
I will. He wants to sunder. Die, Drow, die!
Over here.
Good spot, my man.
That's right.
I wonder if Earthshaker's BK, I mean, don't dagger yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
This Drow, man, he's just so fucking slow. So many things.
Good.
I think there's a ward here. Do they know that I'm coming? Well, this Lina knows.
Enemy's top tower has fallen.
This Lina knows.
Nice one. Right.
Lina's like right here, huh?
More like it.
She combo me? She's level 13. No.
You sure? Right.
For it.
Oh, Lina's mid now. Okay.
This way. I'll take that. Okay. Right through here. Careful. Nice one. This way.
Oh, they see me. Come on, jump me, bro.
That's right.
So, wait, someone has brown boots Scotty. Alina?
After him.
What the fuck kind of build is that?
I got this one.
So this Lina has a Scotty and that's it.
I would have went for a Shadow Blade.
Wait, they have vision here. Fuck. Kira. They have sentries now.
Well, well.
Nothing touches the heart like my venom. Over here.
Careful, you're only 2.
Okay. Oh shit! Oh man. My bad. I had Pounce and Shadow Blade, but they comboed that perfectly. What the? He has Necro Book? That's interesting.
Invisibility.
Man, this Earthshaker, dude, it's 24 minutes and he doesn't have Blink yet. Poor motherfucker.
I broke out. You sure? More like it.
Hey, Drow, let's kill this cow.
Yeah. I'll silence first though.
You never felt more shit, did
That's an
you?
interesting Drow build.
Right.
I think. No, they have Sentry on the hill, I think.
Now you're talking.
They do? Let's deward it then.
They have vision. No, we don't need to deal with the Sentry, but they have vision of their shrine, their bottom shrine. Let me finish my.
Get caught.
So. Hey, you can get the runes.
Go for me.
I'll take that.
Right.
Okay, now we should be able to kill basically anyone except for TB instantly.
Right. Yeah.
The
Where's their
enemy's
vision,
middle
man?
tower has been denied.
Careful, I'm coming.
Right.
Okay, Drow, you're really deep. That
That's
fucking
right.
dodge.
You'll have to do better than that. Noisy to live.
Right.
They have a ward there. They have a ward here.
Dire's structures are fortified.
There's gonna be an Earthshaker over here in a second. He's gonna run directly up, I think. I'll probably just kill him by myself, that's fine.
Oh,
Hold on.
Thanks.
You sure?
Yeah, we'll grab the DD, we can rush with it.
Yeah, you can rush.
Start, come and get it.
Yeah, you guys can do it. I'll just kill these guys.
Your top tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Go on.
Actually, Lena might come back because she probably thinks that I'm near Roshan. Nope. She's too scared.
This way.
Your top tower is under attack.
With a little fish. Hey, sport. Right.
Thank you, Lulu.
Nice one. Good. Yeah.
Charge that wand. This Lena's build is so interesting. Let's get rid of this side in here. Buy one of these. Put this here. Oh, he's got Blink Dagger, but unfortunately he feeds right away.
I like it.
Too noisy to live.
Don't get caught.
I think they don't have backdoor, right? Interesting egg.
The enemy's
Gotta regenerate a little bit. I'm good.
has fallen.
Just kite him.
Hey, we get the buildings. We get the buildings.
Yeah, they'll run now.
Echo Slam, Blink Dagger, Echo Slam. Or Shaker wants to Echo Slam. Guarantee it. Echo Slam still. He's looking for Echo. Alright. That's okay, that's fine. Doesn't matter.
The enemy's
We just
Go
end the
top.
game. Yeah, Necro.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
No, I cannot prevent you from watching the stream. I don't have that capability.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I got this one.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
There's no escape.
Careful.
Yeah.
Not to end the game, it's fine.
Oops. I meant to press my Shadow Dance. Bring it back. Yeah, that was. I gotta pee again. Be right back.
Gold for me.
I'll take that.
The air's so thick I'm choking on it.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Uh, 5 seconds for TP.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes, Ali Calais. Understand that I can use my ult. Thanks, Lulu.
This way.
Ooh.
Oh, met you once, cut you twice. Don't get caught.
Yeah, anyways, I wasn't sure if I wanted to use Shadow Dance or Shadow Blade there, so
The enemy's bottom
ended up
shrine
using nothing.
has fallen.
That's right. Careful.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Fish out of water.
Burn, baby, burn.
structures are fortified.
Spawn and die.
Shit.
Doesn't matter.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
I made it out somehow.
Good.
Right.
I just rage bot back.
You sure? Right. Yeah. You're mine.
Keep going. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, what the? Oh shit. I didn't think that you would one shot me with that. Alright, I'm just throwing, my bad. Loose man, you can use your ult. You can use your ult.
Regeneration.
He doesn't even have eggs, man. Was my HP so fucking low? I have 1500 max? Oh my god, a BKB would have saved me there. Oh shit. Why didn't I think of that? Let me go back in time and stop myself from buying these items for Scotty. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be 850, right? I mean, and also I have magic resistance, right? I mean, did it look like I was, did it look like I have less than 600 HP there? Like, what? How you kill me like that? Lena, how'd you do it? Let's go with this. Actually, let's buy 2 more. I should have kept my Quelling Blade, huh? Slark is really good with Quelling Blade because then you can find their wards. You just put down the sentry and then you get easy T ward. Alright, this cow probably thinks he's invincible with the Shadow Blade. I'll stay right there, cow. Stay right there.
Yeah.
Let's get him. You scare him, dude.
Go on. Your body was a cage. I just let you free. Yeah.
Hey Drow, there's a 40% chance that Roshan is up.
Over here.
Okay.
Nice one. I don't mind if I do. Don't get caught.
Yeah, it'll be up. Guaranteed within the next minute and a half.
Careful. Right through here.
You fucking shit.
Gotcha. Okay.
Did I just get stunned? I can't move. I can't fucking move. Am I still streaming to you guys?
You sure?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, sometimes this happens.
Now you're
Can you just disconnect already? Fuck. Oh!
Oh, that's nice.
Hey Drow, he has Shadow Blade, okay? You can't kill him. Oh wait, you have book 3? I have Sentry. Okay.
Oh, I'm dead. Nice, get out, Slark.
Oh shit. Oh!
Oh, Shadow Shaman, you should have ran.
Hey,
the other way.
that TP might die. He's gonna die. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. GG.
You're small. I'll do the same for you.
Oh man, you know, actually Slark's pretty difficult hero to play,
Shaman,
especially if you're trying to play him to the very limitations.
I just say go after wards.
Yeah, Alex, no one hasn't answered your question. You've asked that like 4 times, and 4 times no one gave you an answer.
You were too noisy to live. You were too noisy to
Yeah, anyway, so in this game, I'm trying to play Slark to the very limitation, like, you know, last second Dark Pact, last second Shadow Dance, last second Shadow Blade. But I gotta tell ya, I'm sucking some hairy, dirty dick at it. Yeah, maybe we just stop doing that.
Yep, he's up. Cool. And we get double, oh, we don't get refresher shot time.
Huh? Oh.
The pain.
Coming. Yeah, I'll pick it up when we get.
I've got this one.
Yeah, Alex, don't act like you were obligated to help or anything like that. All right, bud.
Pick it up. Give me a sec.
Fucking entitled shit.
Your shaman has fallen to the Radiant.
Here's a cheese.
Ooh, baby, let's go.
How hairy? Very hairy.
You want cheeseburger? Here, have cheese.
Here, fishy, fishy.
Whoa, 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 whoa! You guys are fighting already.
She die.
There's no escape.
John Dredge. Yeah, normally I write things like that down if I give a shit about the game, but I actually don't. See, I should be here right now, pushing my team, but I don't care.
Now my shiv is nice and sharp. That's right.
The woods have spoken, and they chose me.
You sure?
That was a real one.
Don't get caught.
Greetings, my friends.
Careful, dude. Alright, now we're good.
Yep. GG, guys. Good job.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Radiant victory.
How about the pick this time, bruh? Slark? It was good. Slark was good. Job, Alex. Do you like Rick and Morty? I have never seen a single episode of Rick and Morty. Yo, man, I'm actually so poor this game. Almost the poorest person in this game. That's amazing. My teammates did so well. And I just keep trying to... I rage bot back for nothing earlier. Oh. Okay, maybe we play some more games. Yeah, I heard Rick and Morty is very popular. Just never seen it. I don't know how you guys find the episodes. You probably pirate it, right? Yarr! Unfortunately for me as a Canadian, some people have been getting lawsuits from movie studios for torrenting TV shows like Game of Thrones, Rick and Morty. You have it on Netflix? I don't. Yeah. So, and I know you guys might say, oh, you can use VPN, bro. Yeah, I get that, but I'm just too damn lazy. I just don't care enough, you know? Thanks, Oether. Get on your level? Alright, I guess I'll get Romanian Netflix then somehow. Let me get on a plane right over there. Snail poop. Alka?
Play Alka, my man.
Done.
GL bruh.
Thank you so much, Snail poop. Oh, snail poop. Snail poop. While you're still here, I may be going to Thailand within the next month or so. Do you have any recommendations? I might be spending about maybe a week or two in Thailand. I'm not looking to fly all over the place. I'm not looking to... I don't like to walk around too much. I mean, I don't mind taking taxis or however else Thailand people travel around. But do you have any recommendations? Since I remember that you were there like last year or something like that, right? Oh, there. Glad you think I look very handsome. Do I go to the gym every day? Pretty much, Xing Xing. I go to the gym at least 5 days a week. Most of the time it's 6 days a week or something like that. Hey Andrich, we're gonna be doing Alchemist. Pay the damn HBO. Yeah, you know what? That seems like the adult thing to do. But I'm cheap, man. I just don't have that much time and energy, to be quite honest. Yeah, anyway, so I tried to throw this game, but I was not successful at it. I think I was pretty farmed in the beginning. Oh, you know what? Enemy did really well, huh? You were winning the early game. Kind of. Where am I going? You would go to Hua Hin or Koh Samui. You want to be dirty, which you really don't, Taya. Nah, I'm not looking to be dirty. Actually, maybe I should tell you what I'm looking for instead. That'll make it easier. I'm just looking for some really good food to eat. Maybe a nice beach to lay on. A relaxing beach. Maybe not too touristy. Something beautiful and natural. I'm not big of like, these fancy buildings like the Paris Eiffel Tower or whatever. Don't really give a shit about that. I like nature and I like food.
Your turn to ban.
Who counters Alchemist?
5 seconds remaining.
Yes. Natural beauty.
Your
Nature,
turn.
natural beauty. Potato, potato. Hank Hill. Damn it, Bobby. Oh man, I can hear him saying those words already. Damn it, Bobby.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Seconds remaining.
Ooh. It's the Royal Holiday City, which means it's really clean and really safe. Food is great there. Hua Hin, you say? Hey Alex, you know what else keeps getting bigger and smaller? My ego! Sometimes I play this game with over, too much confidence and I start throwing the games, and sometimes I actually think about things logically and I play the game well. Have I booked a hotel yet? No, snow poop. Not even the flight, to be quite honest. You guys wanna donate for your hero quests? Hey Harris, I heard you the first 3 times.
Your turn to pick.
Alchemy. Hey Deuce, you want a safe lane? Unless it's Ursa mid. Actually, I don't care. Harris, you want to donate for your hero request? Harris? I see you beg for Morphling 3 times in about 30 seconds. Want me to check if the house is free? Oh my goodness. Are you offering me free accommodation, Snail Poop? Oh, okay, I go mid. Okay, I go mid now. I am mid. I may be with a party of 4 to 6 people, Snail Poop. Would that fit all of us?
I'll be the catalyst.
Okay.
The sniper is just gonna keep right clicking me, huh? It doesn't matter too much. But it's free, you can have. Oh, this sounds great, Snail Poop. Thank you so much for even thinking about me for that. Actually, I don't want this to go. How many of these acid sprays can I cast?
You heard him. Hey, you're making me spill.
Am I gonna visit the fam? And what family is that, Xing Sheng?
30 seconds to battle.
Are you assuming that I have family in Thailand? Do my siblings play Dota? No.
I expect you can't do much.
Yep. Give me some money, boys.
You're the boss.
Mixing it up. There it goes. You have
You
your
want some
marching
now?
orders.
Okay, Snail Poop, thank you so much for trying.
What the fuck? I don't know why Alchemist didn't take that.
That away.
Wait, did none of you guys grab the top rune?
No, I thought you were gonna take it, dude.
Oh, I thought you were gonna take it.
Well, don't you want the bonus?
I have to run mid to get my creeps.
Alright, my bad then.
It's okay, man. It's just a video game.
I know, it's all good.
Shake it.
Fuck you, Sniper.
Let's go.
You thought I was going to Taiwan and you think I have family in Taiwan? What the fuck? Okay, Snail Poop, Hua Hin, House and Hua Hin. Fits 10 people, gotcha.
Gimme, gimme. Watch where you go.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is Xing Sheng talking about.
Yeah.
You're losing weight, boss.
Incoming.
Watch your heels.
The Sniper's mechanical ability is kind of good.
I've got the magic touch. We got this. We're here to say no. Yep. Yes.
I don't want to walk in that. I'm feeling punches.
This stuff really works.
Stop kicking me.
For you. Easy now. This stuff is explosive.
Ooh.
Pass it now. Over there. was good.
It's Soul Ring, man.
Sounds like a plan. This'll eat up your armor. Attack!
I heard you. I'm not go there.
So what do you like about Alchemist, Snowpoop? Not judging or anything. I'm just curious why you like this hero. Actually, I should probably go back and ask this brew again.
Tiptoe now.
You're shaking my brew! This sniper is actually good at last hitting.
Here we come.
Yeah,
thanks
you got
a lot.
most of that. He's pretty good.
Yep.
Come on, balls.
Go, go, go.
I'll get right on them.
Watch your head.
On it. Oh.
Did I just see somebody over there? Oh my god! Wow! I just used myself too. Jesus.
Okay. Let stuff burn. Oh no. Start reacting.
Yeah, yeah.
Runes.
Come, take some punches.
Can you just grab it? Oh my god, dude.
This'll eat up your armor. Watch your step.
That's for me.
Wow, man, this line can easily grab that, but he just doesn't.
Not yet. Hold your nose. Now we're cooking.
Like, mechanically, the sniper is good, man. I can't farm. It's not going so well for me.
Yes. I'm not ready.
Let's go.
Yeah, yeah.
Acid in the hole. Decanting.
Yeah, he's trying quite hard.
Watch where you're going.
That stuff stings.
Don't worry, Snap. No, like, action mechanical ability is like one of the easiest things to improve in Dota 2. Whereas, like, as you get higher and higher up in Dota 2, it becomes more about decision making. So that'll be the true test of his skill. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Shake it.
Here we come. I'm not ready.
I don't want to walk in that. Stop kicking me.
Oh my god, look at the sniper, dude. So good. Damn you.
Do not go there.
You got it. Don't hold back. not time yet. Incoming! Tiptoe now. You're shaking my broom. Stir it up.
You can take it.
Ah, sick 'em. Yep.
What the? Okay, buddy, there's no stack here anyways, so.
We're on to you.
And he actually helped me kill it, actually. Nice. Good job. Ooh, regen. Anybody want to regen?
Don't make me go there.
You drive for a while.
Alright, I will take it.
That way. The formula for perfect health.
I believe I can stack this at the same time. Both of these at the same time.
Formula
Like
racing.
this.
Hot stick spill.
I think I can stack them both at the same time? Yeah, I did. Yeah. Double stack.
Let's go.
Your middle tower is under
I
attack.
took my stack. This sniper is really smart, man.
Sounds like a plan.
He understands this laning matchup very well, actually.
Now that's how you make gold. More. Let's get 'em. Hey, you're making me spill.
Ooh.
Mixing it up.
Here we go. I don't want to walk in that.
Yes.
What are you doing? Okay, good. I'll take my shit.
On it.
Money changes hands.
Incoming.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Over there.
That's for me. Gotta get my cut.
Okie dokie.
That's sting. Okay. I heard you.
Oh, there's a techies over here. What are you doing, techies? What are you doing, techies? You fuck? Yeah, fuck you.
Easy now. This stuff is explosive. Go, go, go.
I'm feeling punchy. Come on.
Attack.
Okay. Thanks.
You heard him.
I'm going. I'm going.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Burn. Giddy up. I'm gonna need a fin for it all. Formula racing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Acid in the hole.
Should I even bother with these ones, man? They just regenerate so fast. Bother, man. Whatever, I got radiance now, so.
Here we come. Radiance. back at it.
Don't make me go there.
Boost travel.
Start reacting.
Flint dagger, mantis style.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
English only, please.
Hey, you're making me spill.
Do not go there.
Mixing it up. You got it.
What the fuck, guys? Come on. Oh shit. Man, that's a lot of attention. Oh shit, that's not a good trade. So our priorities are Spectre and then Sniper, and with Ursa being the lowest priority for killing. Just saying.
Let's learn from our failures. Cocktails in 5. That was like watch your head.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Over there. Go, go, go. Pour it on.
You lose some weight.
Down the head. Cocktails. Hold your nose.
Do you want me to leave the room for your alchemist or just take it?
Huh? You can just take me.
That's for me.
Yep.
No, when you grab the rune, it doesn't matter who grabs it. I still get the bonus.
Oh my bad, I thought you had to grab it this whole time.
Oh, is that why you didn't grab it earlier? Okay.
That's why I'm retarded, sorry.
That's okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Burn! Burn!
It's all part of the formula. Watch your step. Gotta get rid of this stuff. Let's go.
What do you
This clean up your armor. Let's
I fucking keep misclick.
talk about overreacting.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Should have been a mixologist. What the? That was a toxic.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Okie dokie. Cocktail time.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Carried it.
Shake it.
Shaking my broom.
Tiptoe now. Whoa, we're under attack.
Shaking my broom. Oh my god, this here's kind of fun once you actually get items, huh? You a pussy? Bristleback, are you a pussy?
I ain't no pussy.
Hey, mother didn't raise no pussy.
The enemy's bottom tower.
Actually, I should have stayed here a few more seconds.
Stir it up.
I've been baited by the bounty room.
Let's get him.
Well, it's still there if you want him to do so.
Get me those bounty rooms.
You try for a while.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Sounds like a plan. Gotta get rid of this stuff.
Like him.
Oh, yeah. This clean up stuff. Now with cocktail time. What the?
And others win because they are lucky.
Don't hold back.
But when you win, you're not lucky, right? Okay, Sam, you're quite the piece of work, son. Fuck, this game's too easy.
Easy now. This stuff is explosive.
Going bottom.
Watch where you're going.
Yeah, when you win, it's all skill, right, man?
Your top tower is under
Holy
attack.
fuck, this cat's damn guy, man. He's fucking egotistical as shit. Ruins?
Your
Ruins?
top tower is under attack.
We're gonna have some fun with this.
I'm going.
We'll take that.
Finders keepers.
Stop.
Money changes
Over there. You got it.
Okay.
Where the fuck is the enemy? Can't find him. I think they're here. They want to gank me.
Illusion.
They're shaking my brew.
Stir it up.
Oh, is that what you're doing, techies?
Cocktails for pie.
Oh, actually, I don't want to do this. Ah, no.
You should hear me telling you to throw it.
Yep.
You're the boss.
So don't go up this hill. I'm pretty sure it's super dangerous.
Little bit of
Ready?
this, little bit of that. Oh yeah. Hold your
Nice.
The enemy's middle tower.
I think techies doesn't have. I don't think he has bombs here. I'm gonna blink on the sniper. You ready? Care. Oh shit, my bad. Didn't realize he had that item. Oh, sniper.
I got my level 15 talent, so we can take a rush if we want.
Manta will not save me there. I'll still die. If anything, I wait for Sniper to start casting Assassinate, then I destroy and Assassinate with Manta.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
So is the only thing you know how to say is shit talk? Kastab? Man, you only spew out your fucking...
That's one way to work out the impurities.
your shit talk, man. All you ever say. You can't reply to any comments, eh? I'm just ban this motherfucker.
Invisibility! Not go there.
Hey, you're making me spill. Here we go.
Yeah, man.
You point, I'll punch. Oh, get right on.
Pass it in the hole.
Oh, you dirty.
Oh shit. Techie's mindset.
Okay. Double damage.
Yeah.
Oh, he knows.
Come on, boss.
Give me that up. Let's go.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Can someone grab the top bounty race?
Oh, shoot.
Cocktail time. Watch your head.
Watch my head.
Beauty. Pour it on. Tiptoe now. You're shaking my brew. That stuff burns. Don't hold back.
Okay, we're gonna start needing detection. We want to push enough detection.
I'm not ready. Yeah.
The enemy's bottom tower has
I
fallen.
don't think Techies has too many whites.
Cocktails in 5.
I'm gonna go on sniper.
Someone has silver.
Watch your step. Cocktails for 5.
Are you okay? Good.
You heard him. He'll be right back.
Dire structures are fortified.
I'm gonna die them again in a second. Maybe not. Actually, I don't need to die. No, I don't need to die.
The enemy's bottom tower.
Yeah, we don't have any obligations to die at all.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Giddy up.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Wow.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
What the fuck, man?
Your top tower is under attack.
Alright, we should get that good sniper.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can take shrines.
I'm going top. Did someone cancel my TP? What?
Your top tower is under attack.
Alright already.
Your top tower is under attack.
Go, go, go!
Alright, now we just need one more item, and we're good.
Stop. Should have been a mix.
Oops, wrong button. Shivas is good, huh? Yeah, a lot of people get Shivas. Yeah, Shiva's probably good. What is Alchemist's biggest weakness? Alchemist's biggest weakness is Silver Edge! Hey! Anybody get that reference? I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm gonna go on sniper. Yeah, you think you're so smart with Silver Edge, son? Oh, Lauren.
You distilled to your essence. Yeehaw!
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Decanting.
Ah, my Manta.
Yep.
Then you gotta practice the Manta destroy for the concoction.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Hey.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. You now have mega kills.
Tiptoe now.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Akimbo. Cocktails for five. Let's go.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Well, Snowcoop, I hope you enjoyed your Alchemist game. Think he's gonna blow the fuck up. Now! Get him! Get him!
Radiant.
What is this like Carl talking about? What was team setup? Is he trash talking? Is this some kind of a reference that I did not get? Anybody? Anyways, so somebody, yeah. Let's see. Xing Shang Fu, you asked me what is Alchemist's weakness, and earlier I said Silver Edge is actually Alchemist's weakness. That's actually a joke. It's an old reference from earlier in the stream. Hey man, it's okay. Yeah, so someone, I don't know, I think I had, there's an enemy alchemist on the enemy team, and I think we were having a pretty big alchemist problem. So some smart guy in the stream, he was like, hey Bluespan, you should buy Silver Edge to counter Alchemist. And I was actually just blown away by his suggestion because it was just so stupid and ignorant. Enemy Alchemist on enemy team. Well, I'm not wrong, Johnny. Yeah, anyway, so he's like, you should buy Silver Edge to counter Alchemist, Bluespan. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I should buy Silver Edge to counter Alchemist? Like, the whole reason why people buy Silver Edge is to disable passives, right? But I mean, what passive are you trying to disable on Alchemist, right? You gotta get that 4 seconds of Grievous Greed down? Like, you know, like, it was just so dumb, like, I just... Description in link of stream. What do I normally say? Description in link of stream. Whatever, man. It doesn't matter. Yeah, he streamed for, you know, thousands of people. People say a lot of dumb shit, guys. I've got a collection, you know? Dota Plus gave us decent odds until we lost tier 3s. It's okay, Sniper. You did really well in lane. I lost a lot of farm. You denied so well. Yeah, no, he was denying the shit out of me. Ground boots. Alchemist counter is Ursa. Alright, maybe we play a few more games. You need Dota Plus to see the graph, and it is in team FP and Earth. Yeah, actually, no. Even if they put Ursa mid, I'm not sure that they would have won. Alchemist games. Moist snail poop, you here? Do I have a tattoo? No, I don't have any tattoos. I'm a clean person. You enjoy your Alchemist game? I think yeah, you told me why you like Alchemist earlier. 11 out of 11 coach snail poop specs game. Yeah, you told me why you like Alchemist earlier. I totally missed it. I just don't want to lose when I make you play. Notice how you're always safely removed when I pick. Oh, I see. So you don't even have a reason. You just want to. Okay. I had 880 GPM in that game. Pretty neat.
5 seconds remaining.
So. You filthy as shit, Haku. Your body's riddled with tattoos.
Your turn to pick.
My mom tells me only gangsters get tattoos. You're a gangster.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Get blue in a commanding POS piece of shit position. Get blue in commanding position. Would you say doggy style is a commanding position? Counter me with your picks, motherfuckers. I don't care.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Drow's counter is run at you types of lineups like Centaur, Spirit Breaker, Life Stealer. Yeah, Tusk. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one too. Hi, Calvin. Yeah, I vaguely remember you. I don't think you leave too many comments though.
Your turn to pick.
If you pull hard on their hair while you do it, then yes, I would say the commanding position. Oh, buddy, I love that move. Honestly, it feels great. Okay, let's not get into this conversation. Your kids watching. Have I jerked off today? Yeah, 3 times. You're gonna take that ban? Well, I mean, it's not explicitly said in the chat rules, so you're not gonna get banned for that. Wait a minute. BH wants a solo top? Am I not getting farm?
Drow Ranger.
Where am I going, guys? Am I getting farm?
Way ahead.
Prepare for battle.
I don't know.
That was my thought. I go in silence. Agreed.
Don't worry, lads. This one's in the bag.
Kobe Black Mamba Bryant. So I actually have a team of 4 melees. Like Hands of Melee, Spear Breakers of Melee, Kunkkas of Melee, Bounty Hunters of Melee. Okay. Calvin, what's the difference between Legend and Immortal? Everything.
CM's bot.
To battle.
CM's bot.
I will buy boots as soon as possible and get my gust.
The battle begins.
It's definitely a solo jug top. Alp jungle.
I'm ready to fly.
I'm just gonna end this shit, okay?
My bow is strong.
Straight necros.
So be it. Death comes silently.
Honestly, the more I can solo, the better. So I'm pretty level dependent.
Can I get a ban on that guy who's trying to stir up shit? Thanks.
Feel the bite of frost. Denied.
Thanks.
Onward.
No, I'm not even gonna have a discussion with you, man.
Bite frost. Forward.
What the fuck is wrong with this jug? You don't like farm?
Into the fray.
Are these guys fighting for farm?
Good enough.
We've got the lane pushing, you can pull spirit. Get some extra farm.
Way ahead of you. My bow is drawn. shall nip my enemies.
First blood, and here come the sharks.
Pride of the drow. I'll cut a knot with your name on it.
Yeah, I think the enemy probably lost.
Yes. Denied. That was my thought.
I'm not gonna remove the blue thing. It's an eye tracker. Many people like it.
Forward. Attack. Feel the frost.
Jag might try to pull, bitch. If he's smart.
Agreed. My sentiments as well. Your money or you're dead. I go in silence. So be it. Arrow, fly. Good enough.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Ooh, nice career.
Cold embrace. Silent as mist.
This Jag's gonna be super poor.
Onward. Your fate is sealed. To battle.
Hello.
The drow have won very well.
Thank you.
Arrow, find your target. Your fate is sealed. So be it. Feel the frost.
Missing middle.
Onward. That was my thought. Yes. Way ahead of you. My sentiments as well.
Haste.
I'll cut a knot with your name on it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Very well. Feel my cold embrace. My bow is strong. To battle.
The enemy's middle tower has
I have double catapult bottom, so
Arrow fodder. Ice shall nip my enemies. Forward.
Double damage.
I go in silence.
The enemy's bottom tower has been denounced.
Good enough. Bite, Frost.
Girl, can you use your passive now?
No.
The price you pay.
Nice.
What?
Feel the bite of frost.
Passive.
Arrow.
Please.
Okay, there you go. It just came up for them.
Towers.
Way ahead of you. Battle.
I don't have Gust, but I have level 3 crosshair.
Attack. Silent has missed.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Okay, I'll come mid this one.
Yes.
Thanks, Eddie.
If you guys see a alpha wolf,
Forward.
Weaver? Oh, never mind.
Death comes silently. Agreed.
I mean, you're Kunkka. Nothing you could really do. He just doesn't understand the matchup, I guess.
Good enough.
Yeah, I once did
game's
Invoker.
over.
I once did Invoker versus Kunkka. It was so frustrating.
This truck doesn't even have boots yet,
Go
man.
in silence. Very well.
I don't have Gust.
Quiver. My bow is drawn. My sentiments as well. Into the fray. Attack. My time has come.
We have double catapult coming top. We can just mid, maybe.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Onward.
Yeah.
Good enough.
Yep.
Feel my cold embrace.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
How do you stop Jarl Lycan though?
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Stand and deliver. My sentiments as well.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Arrow, fly.
Very well. So be it. I shall triumph.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Did that guy just change his username, or is that a different one?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, this game's too easy.
I mean, they gave up.
Man, I was hoping that they would counter me really hard, and then it would be a hard game. But it didn't happen.
Victory.
Damn, I'm hungry, guys. Wow. Oh. I think I'm done for today. All right, no more Dota 2 games for anyone thinking there's gonna be more Dota 2 games. I'll stay here for the next little bit and talk with you guys. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Yeah, I was hoping they were gonna counter me, Snail Poop. I mean, usually when you pick a core early on, right? Like, people are like, "Oh shit, we gotta kill the Drow Ranger. Pick PA or some shit, right? Or Lifestealer or Centaur." That's what I was hoping. I just like first pick Drow, and then you know they just counter me, but they didn't counter me very well. So, what's good counter for Quap mid lane? Oh, the Spirit Breaker. Quap mid lane. Quap's very versatile. Let's see, what could you do? You could do TA. So TA has to buy Sentry first of all, because Quap has to buy Sentry. So you can pick TA if Quap uses Shadow Strike, then you use Meld. So then Quap has to fake cast, like she spin when she try to cast Shadow Strike, right? So then you wait for her to actually cast it. So then a smart Quap doesn't even get Shadow Strike, because like you have the advantage here. And then she just has to get the Scream of Pain. I think that's what it's called, right? Yeah, Scream of Pain, and then you have no problems with that because you have Refraction. So you can pick TA. Counter Quap in there. Yeah, I'm really hungry. I'm gonna get some food. You changed it? Nice! You're growing up. Not trying to be super edgy. Someone came in here the other day with super edgy name. I forgot what it was, but it doesn't matter. You know, teenagers, right? When do we get Shadowblade for Void? I actually almost always get Shadowblade on Void. I think Shadowblade is a great item on Void. I don't really say this that often, but I mean, if you're gonna be playing Void, right? You're either gonna be playing him in the safe lane or the off lane, right? So Shadowblade, and Nidom, thanks for subscribing. So Shadowblade, like, it's just a great item. Like, for 2800 gold, you get 22 damage and 30 attack speed. So let's just ignore the fact that you can go invisible for a second, right? The fact that you can do 22 damage and 30 attack speed, that really accelerates your farm, right? And you need a lot of farm this Faceless Void. You also get the 175 bonus attack damage, so it just synergizes with Faceless Void so well. So now you have this pick-off potential, right? If anyone is split pushing at all, you can kill them so easily. So then it creates this sense of fear on the map, right? Like, oh shit, Void's missing. And you can appear anywhere at any time with like fucking, you hit him with Shadowblade and then you Chronosphere, right? So I would just say just always get it. How do you have good map awareness? Hey Calvin, I don't know if you pay attention to the eye tracker, but I just stare at my minimap all the time. I pay attention to where my teammates are. I try to predict where the enemy are. Like, sometimes you can ask your teammates, like, did they TP there or not, right? Like, sometimes you just know, like, or someone TP'd somewhere, right? Like, if the enemy team just respawned and then they show up at the one of their tier 1 towers, right? They TP there. So then you know that they're not a threat to you if you're on the other side of the map, right? I don't know, man. It's complex. I don't know what this means. Work should be over for you. Happy weekend. Should it be? Yeah, it should be over for her, huh? Too greedy in lane? Okay. Well, I mean, rather than be greedy, why don't you just play a little bit safer? How do you counter Skywrath in mid? Well, you're gonna need tons of regen. So, I mean, you buy stick, you buy bracer, you buy shit tons of salves and tangles. Like, you have to outlast his burst, right? Like, he's just gonna keep pressing Q on you, right? There's nothing you can do about it. So yeah, you just need to make sure you have a stick and tons of regen. Don't rush null talisman or like bracer or quelling blade or any of that shit. No, focus on the regen. You have to survive the burst, right? But as far as hero specifics, I mean, once again, you can go TA, you can go Viper to let him eat his own damage. You can go Juggernaut mid, yes, Juggernaut mid, and just like get 2 points in healing ward. You play Necrophos, you can play Death Prophet. Like, there's a lot of things you can do. Thanks, Andrej. You have a nice day as well. Glad you like the games. If you have choice, which one you prefer, 2-Wraith Banner or Power Treads? I mean, well, it depends on the hero. But I mean, probably Power Treads. I mean, if that is the only item that I can have, I mean, Power Treads is a clear victory. I mean, at least you get boots, right? Blue, best counter for Spectre, a pushing lineup. So there are traditional counters that specifically target Spectre. So Lifestealer is actually really good against Spectre, I would say, because like Spectres often get hard. He just uses open wounds. Spectre gets Manta Style, then you just wait for him to Manta Style, then you use open wounds. Juggernaut tends to be pretty good against Spectre as well, just because Spectre, he basically does a ton of AoE damage, right, with his ultimate, right? So what you want to do is you want to wait until Haunt is over, then you put down the healing ward, and then all his damage is gone. So Juggernaut's pretty good. Viper is really good because of his Nether Toxin. Slark's pretty good because you can keep Spectre in place. Spectre hates by BKB. Yeah. OD2, I think, good for Quap or DK. You think OD is good against Quap? I'm not sure that he is, because like on one hand you can use Astral Imprisonment to disjoint the Shadow Strike, right? But the problem OD is his attack range is too small, right? So Quap's always going to be able to get like free last hits on OD. Once Quap gets level 2 Shadow Strike, he can Shadow Strike the OD very easily. So I don't think OD beats Quap in lane. Where are we? DK? Yeah, I think DK can probably do pretty well against Quap. It's just a stalemate. They both get their share of denies and last hits. They can't really kill each other. Where are we? Is Naga Midas nice or nah? It depends on the game. Everything in Dota 2 is situational. Do I like hot wings? Yes. Pork belly or kimchi. Sounds very Korean. You don't like kimchi, really? Maybe you need some good Korean restaurants where you are. Yeah, this is good advice. Like, I actually spent a lot of time looking at the minimap. The more I play this game, the more I look at the minimap. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the minimap is way more important than your regular, big screen. Oh, good on you for cutting out carbs, Lulu. How about a Bluespan talk show for times like this? Well, what do you think this is? What are you suggesting particularly, specifically, Vinny? Like Bluespan University. Well, I mean, we could use this screen, but I'm not really sure why we would use this screen. But hey, let's use it for a little bit. You should invite a guest and put to hot seat. I've had people like that before. Just imagine everyone have boots, still power treads. Then yes, well I mean, you're comparing 30 attack speed and 30 attack speed, 10 agility, which is shiftable, versus 12 agility. Man, hey, sure, I would think the 2 Wraith Bands is probably better, because then you don't have to use Courier again. Whereas you can, if you're gonna buy power treads, you can buy it in the side shop. So for Courier reasons, 2 Wraith Bands is better. But I mean, like generally, not every hero gets 2 Wraith Bands, right? Like, who's gonna get, like Ursa will never get 2 Wraith Bands. Who else will never get 2 Wraith Bands? Razor will not get 2 Wraith Bands. PL tends not to get 2 Wraith Bands. Anti-Mage doesn't. Well, okay, these are all just generalizations, right? But like, you're kind of forcing me into like this very narrow path here, right? So I mean, to be honest with you, I think that your question is not a very important question. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, how do I say this? Like, you're like asking me, do I like Minecraft better, or do I like going on vacations to Thailand better? Well, it doesn't really matter. If I really love to play Minecraft, I'll play Minecraft. If I really like vacations in Thailand, I'll go to Thailand, right? Like it like answering that question will not improve you in Dota 2 at all. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a question that will help you. Do a challenge where you put a minimap at left. I mean, right? I don't know why I would do something like that. You know, why would I do that? You never get tired of this music? Yeah, I'm not really sure why he suggests that. I mean, it's... Yeah, why would you do something like that? It's kind of like, hey, you want a challenge? How many times can you punch yourself in the face? Love that shit. You know, like, wait, what? So the professor background, maybe something else? Okay, could you be more specific, Vineet? I mean, we're basically already doing a talk show at this point, right? Minimap on the right side because of League of Legends, you think? But even then, like, why would I care? You know, like, okay, so it's in on the right side in League of Legends, so what? He cares? What makes you think he cares that the map is on the right side because of League of Legends? That's quite the stretch of assumptions to make. Yes, quite the assumption. Alright, any last questions or comments, guys? Why else would you ask for it? Well, you know, Lulu, I think that you're making a lot of assumptions here. Sometimes people ask things, or people do things, right? And then you ask them the reason, right? And to be quite honest, like, or sometimes people ask someone, like, what were you thinking when you did that? You know, why would you do that? And the answer to that question sometimes is that simply they just weren't even using their brain, or they weren't even thinking. So, you know, sometimes, like, you know, you try to go into like these deep reasons, or like, oh, you probably did this, or he has this history of blah 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 blah. But actually, there was no reason at all. You want to think that people think? Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Even for me, sometimes I don't even think shit. Quite honestly, like, I'm just... No, honestly, I just don't even use my brain sometimes. People thinking, oh man. You're quite positive in the intelligence of humanity, Lulu. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. I will be back tomorrow around the same time, so it should be 7 or 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. Hope you guys have a great day or great night. Oops. Bye, guys.
And his name is John Cena!
No more game.